welcome along and welcome back to Attingham Park. Today we are going to be concentrating on field 13 mainly. We need to get the field finished off with the manure spreading. We need to get it limed and hopefully start getting it seeded. Now, we don't have any water in our lime or our stone crusher to actually make any lime with. So we're going to take our new Massey Ferguson here, dip the trailer in the river and see if we can't sort this out and get things started there. Then we're going to go and spread the remaining manure on the field down the bottom. Once we, so that we got a little bit of time to get some lime created, spread some lime, and then hopefully get this Massey doing the first job I was expecting it to do, and that is to actually go and get some seed in the ground. So we're going to try and get the dual wheels on this, and get that doing that job as well. So it's going to be a busy old day here now that spring has sprung near Attingham Park. And we really want to get things moving. We have 6 days to get 5 fields planted with the remaining crop this year. Field 13, the one we're concentrating on today, we have just 2 days to get the wheat into that one. We've got 4 days to get the canola into field 12B, so that's the field we'll be concentrating on next. And then after these 2 days are gone, we've then got 4 days to get the sorghum into fields 1, the new sized 2B, and 14. So yeah, it's all go here on the farm. Once we get that all out of the way, we're actually going to be in a fairly good position. So let's back this up into here and unload it. And once that gets going, we should be able to get this started. We've got, stone in here, so 29,000 litres. We need then about 60,000 litres of water, which is the maximum this would take. We're going to start off with just a single trailer full. So let's activate that. Looks like we are out of stuff for our pig feed as well, so we'll deactivate that while we're here. But yeah, so this will now creating lime. It's already created 1,000 litres worth, so it looks like we're going to have plenty of lime to get spread today. I am going to leave this water trailer here then, and we'll take this over to the workshop so that we can get some dual wheels on it shortly. First, though, we're going to head back down to the bottom and get the remaining manure spread over on field 13. So down here, I've got my manure spreader waiting to load up. We've got a trailer full of manure. I think we're going to have plenty here to get this field finished. And my plan is to move on to field 12B. So the bottom end down here once we got this field done. First though, we do need to get field 13 done, and if I don't get my priorities right, we're not going to get the field done right, and we're going to need our 7610 here to get the lime spread, because we're going to be using our little lime spreader on that. So we need to get this back up to the farm. There's actually something else that we need to do today, which is a pretty big upgrade for the farm too. So we're going to go and sort that as well. Let's just get this pile nicely piled up here that we can unload it. There we go. So we should be able to unload this here and then load up some more manure up at the farm later. First, let's just load this up. I think we could actually do this without the weight on the back, and we'd be fine for loading up manure. So we might end up using this 5640 here, our Zebra, to do that. This last grab full should fill everything up, I think. Yep, there we go. 50% left in our manure fork. We will grab that here. So we've got a little bit left down here that we can put into our manure spreader. I want to turn our 7610 off, and we'll take the 7810 here and go and spread the last little bit up the top end of the field. This tractor is now perfect for this kind of job. I think we're probably going to end up using this for carting as well, partly because I think a new trailer is probably in our future for carting, and that is because of something else that has come up today, which I will show you shortly. For now, we want to get this opened up and spreading manure, and hopefully we will be finished on here with the manure after not too long. One thing I have noticed about this field is we've got these differing amounts of nitrogen across it, and it looks like having the chopper running on my tractor, on my combine, which in this case through the sunflowers, has actually put nitrogen back in the soil a little bit. So we got the orange strips around. That's where the chopper has run on the combines, and we've ended up putting a little bit of nitrogen back into the field. So coming up to the end of the field, and yeah, 24% left in here. Just trying to try and spread this last bit as wide as I can. See if we can't get as much of the field as possible. Yep, there we go. So that's really good. That means we now have this field 13, given a good base or good boost to its base nitrogen. Will cost us less in fertilizer overall, which is brilliant. We've got 16% left here. I want to now load this up and take this up to the top corner of field 12B, so that when we get started on there, we've got everything in place. So let's just jump back into this, and then we're going to head up to the main farm. I'm very tempted to fill a trailer with lime and bring it down, and then we should be able to have less distance that we have to then refill on a regular basis. Whether that will be enough to do the whole field, I don't know, but I can always then just run back up to the top and grab some more to keep things going. This tractor is in desperate need of repairs as well. We've been using this little Zebra a lot recently, and now it's showing its use a little bit. Lovely little tractor, absolutely perfect for us. We are done down here though, so I'm gonna get everything repositioned, and then we're gonna have to pop up to the shop because there's something up there we need to go and get. So at the end of the previous day, I got a call from the shop. We have something to go check out down here, and I think I'm probably going to end up buying it. Now, the whole thing with continuing for another year here on Attingham was that I'm going to start modernizing. So we've already got the Massey. That was available to us. Now available in the shop is this, a Case Axle Flow 7150. It's got a bigger capacity than our current combines. It comes with, you can get a header for it that's about 1.5 times the current width of one of our headers, so it won't slow us down too much to have one of these. And we can buy it outright at the moment without too much hassle. So yeah, and then we can sell our combines in order to get the header and get fully set up with it. Now, if I go back, it's got 29.7 hours on it, which is quite a few hours. But looking at our two combines, we've got 18 hours on the TR96 and 45 hours on the TR87. So I'm not too worried about the number of hours on it. It's a little bit high, but this is still going to do us really, really well going into the next year. I'd put Michelin wheels on it and set it to standard. With GPS, we get no option for a number plate on this, so it'll be number plateless. And I think I'll put GPS on it later. We're not going to do that now. But yeah, buy this. Yes, 117,000. That has cost us. But I think it's going to be a really nice addition to the farm. A really great upgrade for us. And yeah, we'll get that back to the farm shortly. And we need now to sell our 2 existing combines, I think. We're down to just £3,491. And if we don't do that, I think we're going to have a problem. So let's bring this here. And then jump into this. And we'll get this back to the farm. And be good. How much damage it's got? It's got a fair whack of damage at the moment. So we're going to have to repair this before harvest season kicks in. What I am hoping, though, is by the time harvest rolls around, we will have sold some of our pigs. And if we can sell some of our pigs by then, we'll be absolutely fine because we'll have plenty of money to cover that with. So with that purchased and back to the farm, I am going to now load up our trailer here with a whole load of lime. We want to get a pile of lime down. We've got both 14 and 13 to get limed. So I want to get that down the bottom there. Let's refill this. 27,000 litres. So we've got plenty of space in here. We're not quite under that spout. Let's, it's got quite a large area there, but let's be a little bit realistic with it. There we go. We can take a maximum of 12,357 litres in this trailer. So we'll take this, we'll head down there, then we'll come back in the 7610 and grab the spreader once we have emptied the trailer. So follow that. There we go. And let's head down and tip this somewhere where we can get easy access to it on both of those fields. Something I do need to do is still stone pick field 2B. So yeah, there's that job to do before we get any sorghum into it. So I think the best place for us to tip this is going to be down here somewhere. Maybe on the corner of the fields just over here. Quite a few bushes around here, but there's a clearish space here that should do us fairly well, or actually right in here. So hired worker off. Bring this around here, and yeah, a pile of lime here should work fairly well for us and give us somewhere to refill. We're then able to get certainly field 13 done today, because that's the plan. But then we can have some lime down here if if this is too much, which I'm not expecting it to be. But if we need somewhere to put a little bit of extra to get field 14 done later, here is as good a place as any. So with a nice pile of lime there, let's take this tractor and trailer back up to the farm. We'll get our little spreader on the back, come back and fill that up. Actually, we'll fill it up at the farm, and then we'll come back down here and hopefully get lime across all of that field. I'm hoping I'm going to need manure before I need lime. So let's just park this trailer across here. We're not going to need to access field 1 at all, I don't think. Oh, I hope I have enough manure to do the rest of the fields. I think it's going to be quite a tough job, actually, to get all the manure across all of these fields. I'd say we've got 6 days to get 5 fields planted, but it's basically 6 days to get 5 fields manured and planted. We've got one of them done already, so it's 6 days to get 4 fields manured and planted. Let's not hit this too hard. and one of those fields limed as well. So the Massey is probably going to be running around planting stuff behind us while we're just desperately trying to keep the manure spreader supplied with manure until it runs out. So refill that. Oh, wow. And yeah. Jeez, that's right there. Oh, wow. Yeah, the reason that's right down is because that's where the back of the tractor is. This tractor not overly happy about this. Yeah, I don't think this tractor is really able to do this because that has just sunk the back of that right down. This stuff is heavy, and yeah, it just doesn't do great like this. So we'll see how it goes. We're not catching the floor too much. With any luck, we should keep going, and we're still able to steer at least. I think it's just our arms have dropped. Okay, so our very weighed down back of the tractor is down here. I've left the engine on my other tractor. Let's go turn that off quickly before we get started. So turn that off there, and then head back to here. Now, how far is this going to go? I don't think we have I don't think it's a massive amount of lime that needs putting on here. Yeah, so we bring this up to take that down to 0.75 by the looks of things. Looks like it's fairly even across the whole field, which is always a good thing. I don't think I've got... Yeah, there we go. PTO hooked up. And... Oh, no, I haven't got the electric. This is quite difficult to see this. Right, let's try that. There we are. So away we go. Get a nice good spread, and we're not putting a huge amount of lime on this, but it should get us up to our target quite nicely. And if that's the case, this field should be optimized, ready to go in no time. Although, wow, we are down to 30%, 25%. We're not spreading much lime, but it's not going very far. This is going to require a lot of fill-ups. And this is why I bought the trailer full of lime down here. Oh, no, I missed. Because it's going to require a lot of fill-ups to do things. I'll clean that up in a moment once I move the tractor out of the way. But yeah, we're gonna need to be filling this up a lot, and if I was having to go back to the farm every time to do that, that would be way too much. The fact that we've got the bucket down here and a small pile of lime, I don't know how far this is going to go. I think we're going to need to grab another trailer full and get it down here, but that's fine. If we can keep just going with this and get this field sorted, that would be great. At the moment, it's a little bit concerning. That could do with a slight adjustment for this next bit. So we're actually going to be spreading more lime and going less distance. But I want to make sure that we optimize this field and get a gooder spread on here as we can. It's a lot of back and forth I'm doing at the moment. We are probably about halfway through our pile, I think. This is our 5th load that we're putting into the spreader, and it's not so much that it's not going very far or anything like that. It's purely that we're having to come back to our pile here on a very regular basis and refill, jump back into here and head back out onto the field. You can see we're making good progress. We are onto our 3rd row, and this is where the field starts to thin a little bit. I am trying to adjust as I go the pH level. So at the moment we're doing 0.75, so it goes slightly further here. We got that blue patch there because I put a little too much on. and then it drops down and I adjust up. So we've got a couple of patches and bits where I just having to make little adjustments, and we're fairly good and keeping things pretty constant across. The manual adjustment though is quite a tricky thing to do, and as you can see, we're out again and going back to refill. So we're probably spending more time driving back, refilling at the edge of the field and then coming back than we are spreading, but we are making progress, and we should have this field done hopefully by the end of today. I've been umming and erring about whether to go and get a bigger spreader, and I think if we find ourselves not having completed this today, we may have to go and do that just to speed things up a little bit. So this is almost our last lot. We've got a little bit left there. It looks like a trailer full has got us roughly halfway through the field, which is not bad. But as I said, it's been lots of back and forth getting this reloaded and done. I'm going to get the last little bit of lime we've got here and put that into our spreader here, get ourselves to the halfway point, and then I think we're going to want to take, I think we might take this tractor actually, because it's a little bit faster than the 7610, back up to the main yard, grab another trailer full of lime and bring it back down here. We can leave the weight down here and that will be fine. But I do just want to see if this trailer full has got us halfway through this field. It's rather interesting because that means that the stones off field 13 and 14 have pretty much, or should pretty much do all the lime for field 13. For field 14, we're probably going to have to buy lime. And I think if we're going to buy lime like that, we're probably going to buy, or lease at the very least, a larger lime spreader. But yeah, look at that. We have passed the number on the field, which is normally roughly where the halfway point is. So quite happy with that. That has got us halfway through this field. We just need to go and get another trailer full of lime, and hopefully there's enough lime in our rock crusher to actually fill another trailer. So I left my trailer over here. As I said, I'm hoping that I wasn't going to have to fill up with lime before I filled up with manure, but that's not to be. So we'll hook this up and get this filled up with some more lime. Getting these fields ready, getting this wheat in. This is the big thing, and getting this field finished is the important bit of that. So we've got plenty of time to get everything else seeded. It's just that we've only got 2 days to get this wheat in, and it's gonna be a push. This is the trouble. There's so much to get done in so little time. And actually, it's only 12,000. I forgot it's 12,000 liters, not 14,000 liters in this. So yeah, we should have enough lime to finish this field, which I was a little bit worried about. That is good news. Now I just need to get this back down to the field, and a little 5640 here is struggling a bit with all this weight on the back. But we're back down to the field, and we can get this emptied out here and load it up. So tip that there. And yeah, with enough lime to finish this field, that is a very good thing. I really, really don't want to have to worry about whether we have enough to do this. As I said, I think we're probably going to have to buy some in to do field 14. Although, having said that, we just need to add a bit more water into our rock crusher. We're a long way from having crushed all the rocks that are in there. So there may yet be enough for field 14 as well. Let's get that back down. Disconnect that. We can get our weight back on the back. And then once that's on there, I can load this up again. I am very much looking forward to getting the Massey over here with the seeder on here next time. And getting that worry gone. It's just then getting field 12B. Well, it's then getting all of the manure spread. That's our next big thing. We've got lots and lots of fields, including 2 very large fields to do with that. And we're going to have to do a lot of back and forth just to keep that going. So, yeah, looking forward to managing that over the next few. Plus, as I said, field 14, that's going to need this lime as well. But I think we'll probably see if we can get another lime spreader for it. Or we could do it with this. I'd be interesting to know what you guys think. Do you think we should give this a go on field 14, given field 14's huge size? I think it might still work. Just need to find a better way of doing it, really. The light is beginning to fade. It's come up to 6 o'clock. And we're probably about 3 refills from getting this done. I think we're only a couple of rows, maybe, which is great news. Just need to tip that. Oh, sometimes I just miss the edge and have to clear up from underneath. This time, yeah, lost a whole load, but we can get that cleared up fairly easily. Need a little bit more into here. And oh my lord. Yeah, depth perception, not my strongest suit in Farm Sim. Let's get that there and in. So that's all good. Yeah, it needs to be with 44% in my bucket every time. And that's how I know that I've filled everything up. Let's get back into this. We're going to turn some lights on here now. We'll get some work lights on. And yeah, look at this. The whole field is very nearly done. I'm quite pleased. Despite the amount of back and forth that we've had to do, it's been a very hands-on job as a result of that. It's something I can't just leave a hired worker to go and do. It has worked out pretty well. We've not had to spend any extra money on a new lime spreader or anything like that. We've managed to get majority of our field sorted. We're overdoing it a bit there, so let's turn that back down. And all in all, it's worked out pretty well, I think. We have 44% left in here, so let's get started on this final row here. And that will go fairly well. And yeah, we're going to get this done just as we lose the light. And, oh, no, up. Need to up it a little bit, not lower it. But yeah, look at that. 1 more load, maybe 2 more loads should do this. And get this field ready for getting the wheat in tomorrow and hitting our deadline, which is fantastic news. And while the Massey is in here doing this field, we can concentrate on getting the manure onto field 12B. If we can get that done tomorrow, then that's going to be great. We'll be able to then get the canola in the next day. And basically, we're going to play whack-a-mole with manure and seeds and try and get everything planted and done in the following 5 days. 5 days, 5 fields to get seeded. Can we manage it? I really, really hope so. Last little bit. Is this 19% in here going to be enough to do it? I think it is, actually. Whoa, let's lower that down. And, oh, how is that looking? What is our pH level like on here? Nitrogen. Okay, so we got a little bit there. That's all looking pretty good. I want to get that little section there done. We've got bad enough light to do it. We are taking it right up to the wire with the amount of light. Of course, the days start getting longer now as we get into March, so we should be able to achieve more in a day as a result. This here, though, needs a reload. Probably just a single bucket, I think. And I might go and try and sort those patches around the field that got missed as well with this and just use up this little bit. But more than enough lime to get this field done. We are going to have plenty then, I think, to get field 14 done as well. And it's looking like that will probably take about the same amount of time. That is going to be a hard field to get ready for planting. Hence it being the last one we're going to do. And there we are. That has got all of that done. I'm quite happy with that. We've got a few patches around the field that I'd like to maybe just get sorted. All in all, though, this has gone well. We've managed to get this field lime. We've managed to get field 13 ready to go for next time. We'll get the seeds in here. We'll get the wheat into this field. We will start work on field 12B and see if we can get manure across all of that. Today, we are going to be getting started on seeding the wheat in field 13. We're going to be using our Massey Ferguson 6S for this. Now, originally, I had planned to customize this and get some rear twin wheels on, but it's going to be £8,000 to do that, and we are very short of cash at the moment, so we can't do that. The other thing I was considering was giving it a bit of a repair. It's at about I think that's about 60% at the moment, but that would cost 1,683. We only have 1,857. So we can't really do that either. Yeah, it's 35% damage. So it's got about 65% left. So we're going to jump in it instead and just set it going. I want to get this absolutely going and doing. We only have today to get field 13 planted with the wheat. So very, very important that we get that done. As soon as we can afford it, we will try and put some tools on this, because I think that would be a very useful thing for us to do. We have maximum, wow. So now that we've got the weight limits on, you can see we've got the maximum amount of fertilizer and the maximum amount of seed that this can carry. So this is going to hit us quite hard in trying to keep things loaded on this, and we're going to have to load this up more often. Now, I think that probably will give us an argument for getting a larger seeder at some point, because yeah, we are in a much harder position now to keep things moving. I'm looking forward to this, though. This is a bit more of a challenge and exactly what we want on here. I'm very pleased that we got this field done last time. Can I get through these trees here? Yeah, oh yeah, we've got plenty of space. So we should be able to get this working and running pretty easily. This is going to be a high seed usage on here. So, let's set things up first. So yeah, we're looking at probably a high seed usage, and I think in general the level of fertilizer on this field is fairly similar across the board. So 75 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare should do us. I think on this tractor actually I'm much happier using variable seed rates and variable fertilizers, because this does have GPS on it, this tractor, and yeah, so in fact I think we can turn those things on now. So we will activate the automatic application rate, much better on this tractor, and that then will do this field so much better. So we'll set a course up. We are on field 13. We are going to do, with the 6 meter, we will do 2 headlands. We will do center first. Headland corners I want sharp. And we want to do longest edge, really. Generate me a course. And that's looking pretty good, actually. I like that. That's running longest edge on there. So that's nice. Our start point is here. Our stop point is here. That's actually really, really good. So we'll back this up. It will tell me, I think, exactly how much seed and how much fertilizer I need for this field somewhere. Not 100% sure where it is. All right, bring this here. We will go first waypoint. Make sure we're a little bit back from it. We have wheat loaded up. So away it goes. And hopefully this is going to work out okay for us. Yeah, we'll see how this goes because we've got to start getting manure onto field 12B. So I'm approaching this a little bit differently to the last field. We're going to go back and forth collecting trailer fulls of manure. We're actually going to use the autofill feature from the manure pile to do this because time is of the essence and it is there. And while we do strive for realism here, there is a certain point at which I have to go, right, we would have a little bit more time to do this. So we're going to dump this here. We are still going to bring trailer loads down here, though, and tip those and then load them into the manure spreader with this tractor. So I am planning at least to keep that bit going. But carting both these tractors up there every time is, yeah, a little bit weird. And we probably, the way we do it is bring a whole load of trailer fulls of manure up here anyway. And then load this up and get this going. So I think that there would be quite a little bit more work that would be done work-wise to get this set up in the first place. And I think going forwards, I would probably look at that. So let's get this loaded up, get this going. And yeah, we're still going to have quite a large element of realism to how we do this and how we keep this going. And I think that'd be quite cool. I think future way to do it would be to have a second front loader or probably a telehandler. A big modernization thing on here, and something I wanted to do for a while actually, is have a telehandler on here. And I was hoping we might get a Merlot turn up in the shop at some point. Wasn't to be, hasn't happened. So in the meantime, we're just going to do it the way we're going to do it today. We have a lot of fields to get manure spread on though, so it is going to be a busy old job getting this finished off. Right, I think this should just about do it. Yep, there we go. So we'll move this out the way back to the pile over here. We will get the we'll go back and grab another trailer full in a minute. What I want to do first, though, is get this set up and going. So up into third. Do we have this field defined yet? I can't remember if I did this. Let's bring it up. And yes, we have redefined this to field 12B. So we're going to do that. We're going to start in this corner, generate me a course, and there we go. Starting in the bottom corner, working its way and back up to the top here. That is pretty much exactly what I want to do. Means that we're going to be getting closer each time we have to fill this up. So that's really, really great. So let's line this up here. And first waypoint, away it goes. And that should keep it going for a while. In the meantime, we have run out of fertilizer for for this. So let's go grab some more. And that means hooking up our very busy Zebra here to not only this big bag lifter, but also these 2 bags of double top we have over here. So let's bring that there. We've got the 7610 behind us. So we'll hook that up to there. We'll then send this to go and pick up some manure so we can get that loading up. And while that's doing that, we'll get this trailer with the fertilizer on it down to the bottom here and get a bag off the front so that we can easily get it out to the field. So much with this manual loading is quite a lot of work. Just sort of running around, putting out fires, trying to get lots of stuff done very, very quickly. Last time we were very well prepared last year, managing to get everything done in a fairly reasonable amount of time. This year, the extra 2 fields have left us scrambling for that extra stuff that we've needed to get done and get to work on. So it's making it again a little bit rushed and a little bit tough. The other thing, of course, we're going to have to do is get the roller onto here at some point as well. Let's open this up. I think that's going. Yep, there we are. So refill the front with this, I think. Is it going to let me do it? Why is that not refilling? It seems to think it's at its max weight. I have a feeling this has an issue. We did turn that option on because I wanted to have it so that we were being realistic with the stones. Now we've not got the stones, I think we're okay. So let's turn that off. Trailer fill limit, there we go. Turn that off. Okay. Right, and it's put it in there. We might as well fill right up then with that. I think this has its trailer fill limit set wrong by the looks of things. So we'll go and get as much of this into there as possible. And hopefully that'll get it a fair way around this field before we have to go shopping. Because it's quite possible we're going to have to borrow some money. Or, as I said, we've got to sell those old combines and get the money in for that. But I was hoping those would pay for the new header. There we go. Right, let's get this back on its way. And I have a horrible feeling that the course play needs to be refilled is not referring to this. I think we're going to need to get back to where we were and go and refill the manure. I get the distinct feeling that today is going to be just such a big game of whack-a-mole. We're going to have to constantly be shifting between various places, getting stuff together as best we can. Right, we'll pull this forward a little bit as we tip. And then once we've done that, I'm just going to back up and try and put this on the top of the pile a bit. Hopefully make things work a little bit better for us. Yeah, and then when it comes back down, hopefully that floating wheels situation we have there should resolve itself. Yeah, back of this is fairly rigid most of the time. Right, so that's got that sorted. Then what we want to do is get our manure spreader filled up. So that sort of pile there actually is really, really good for this. And then I'm just going to put the 7610 on the trailer and head up to the shop. We use the forklift at the shop to load it up. And we'll go and grab some more bags. We are going to have to probably borrow 5,000 to 10,000. I want to grab 2 bags of seed, 2 bags of fertilizer. And I'm hoping that that is going to keep everything running for the rest of the day. And then maybe by the time we've got that and got that back down to the other field, we will either be needing to fill up here again, or we will be needing to fill up seeds or fertilizer again. Either way, it's quite a lot of work today to try and keep all of this running and all of this working. Thankfully, we do have a little bit of leeway in certainly this field, which we don't have at the moment in field 13. And as I suspected, before I've even finished loading this manure, our other tractor is already in need of a refill. So time to head down to the shop and go and grab some more bags. And yeah, we probably actually will take the separate to go and do that, because then we can go straight down to the other field and get that seeder running again. At the moment, I'm kind of wishing I'd held on to the 8340. It's a thing that we don't have enough tractors. I need more tractors, ideally, to really have everything going right. First things first, we need to borrow some money. So let's borrow. I think we're gonna have to borrow 10,000 for this. Pop into the shop, grab ourselves some big bags. We want 2 of the double top. So let's grab 2 of those. Yes, okay. And then 2 of the Anglian seeds. Buy those as well. Yep. So that's got that sorted. That is at least the amount of money that we needed. We could, yeah, 5,000. So it was only just over borrowing 5,000. So we could actually get another set. Both of our tractors now need to be refilled because we've had to come all the way out here to get this. The important one, though, as I've said, is the seeder. We need to keep the seeder going because if we don't, today is going to be the last of it. And to be perfectly honest, we're going to have trouble because we've got to... Oh, come on. Off there without pulling that off, please. We're going to have to get that field rolled as well. So we're going to lose the 7610 soon to get that job started. As soon as we're far enough through the field with the seeding. So, yeah. I need more tractors. I'm short of tractors at the moment. To top it all off today, we now have rain on the way as well, which is not good news. That was just going to cause us all sorts of problems if that starts falling before we finish this field. So let's get that off. Undo all of those. Yeah. It's already 20 past 1. This field is barely done. We kind of needed to start it last time. And the fact that this time we... yeah. It's ended up taking longer than it should to have done any of this. And as a result, we are rushing to have it done. I think this is going to be one of those times where we go quite a way into the evening to get this all in. And yeah, we've got 2 days to get the canola in on 12B. So this is going to be a lesson. We have to get the canola started on 12B as quickly as possible. I mean, this has gone very little distance, this tractor, in getting this. Let's get this open like that. And then bring this up here. There we go. Fill that up. We've still got plenty of fertilizer in here. I kind of just wish I could leave this tractor here and not worry about it. But we need this tractor to fill up with the manure on the field over the other side. But as I said, this field here, this is the important one. And this seeder needs to get going on that. Some good news. The mug spreader is actually making really quick progress through this field. We are up to nearly halfway through. It's nearly got through what was field 12C, which is fantastic news. So we will bring this over. Yeah, it's only about 2 rows from that. So this load will definitely bring it into the original field 12B, which is, yeah, absolutely fantastic news. I need another tractor. And I think the only way I'm going to manage that is going to be if I bring our little old tractor out and have that filling up the seeds with the Massey. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to reload this now. Get a whole load of manure back into our bunning spreader. Keep going with this field. We've got a lot of that's going to be going on. So load this up and get this going. So with this now filled up, I think we may have a couple more loads to get in. Yeah, a couple more front loads to get in. But with this filled up, what we're going to do is we're going to go take the 7610. We're going to set that up to go rolling on field 13 because it's getting later in the day and we need to get that moving. We're going to go and get our Ford 4000 series, and we actually, I think it's a 2000 series. We're going to use that to reload the seeder, and then we're going to cart manure and load manure with this. So a little bit of a rearrangement. First things first, then we need to take both these tractors back up to the main farm. This one to reload it with some more manure, and the 7610 to go and get that set up to go rolling on field 13, and we'll take the Ford Forces down there as well. In fact, let's save ourselves a trip with that Ford Forces, and we'll take the bag lifter over there. And I just hope there's enough weight on the back of that little tractor to do it, because unfortunately we can't load manure here without the barrel weight that we've got for this. So both fields now need to be, or both tractors need to be refilled across both fields. I need to get this tractor though working in here. We want to set this to longest edge and set it to 2 headlands. That should be about right. Generate me a course. And yeah, that's about the same as before. So we'll get this moving. Oh, this is definitely going to go into the evening. I don't quite know what's happened with that errant run there, though. We seem to have one row that it's completely missed, and I don't quite know why. It's a little bit worrying. Hopefully it will be okay. So we will start this here, and first waypoint, and away you go. The next most important thing we need to do is load up our seeder with this, and I can't believe this little tractor could end up being the key to saving us going forwards. And that's got that loaded up. We're gonna go and have to put seeds in as well, but the rain has started falling now. This is about as bad as it can go. It is getting close to sunset as well, so I think the farm is going to be working well into the night tonight to try and get this done. This field does need to be planted tonight. It looks like the 7610 is having a little bit of trouble in the field. This tractor's okay. We're doing all right with this at the moment. We've got 1,000 litres of seeds to put in. This will give us a couple of small bags left. But wow, yeah, this is going to get hard. I hope this rain doesn't last very long, because if it lasts too long, we're gonna start digging into this field, and that is not gonna be a good thing. It looks to me like the 7610 has stopped because it's got too bogged down, and we don't want it seeding anyway if it's getting bogged into the field. This will fill this up though, and keep it going. Is the Massey gonna have the same problem? Am I now going to be really wishing I had that 8 grand to put the jewels on this and keep it moving on this field? Let's see. Nearest waypoint, and away it goes. And it's not doing too bad. Much more of this rain though, and I think we're gonna have troubles. None of this bodes well. Look at that. That is just getting bogged straight down in that field. The more rain that falls, the weight on the back of the trailer, and the tractor is just sinking in. We are going to have to call it here, I think, and then work into the evening with hopefully this rain clearing to get field 13 done. Even with these nice big flotation tires on this 7810, it's still struggling. It may not be sinking as much as it would otherwise, but yeah, it's rutting across the field a bit. So we are gonna have to stop all of this now until the rain clears. The rain is clearing on the plus side, and our seeder has kept going all the time. The rain has been going, and it is now clearing as we approach 6 o'clock. But oh man, that is not helping things. So I'm going to get this off the top of this pile. And yeah, with that empty, we'll take the trailer off. Got a big, oh wow, a big muddy hole here. That will come down. And yeah, I need to refill my spreader. Ready to get going. I think we are in a fairly good place overall, though. We should be able to get field 13 cleared or done this evening. And we'll get that done and dusted before next time. Looks like we've got a fairly muddy hole at the moment. This should dry up in a bit, and we'll be able to get things moving again. But I'm going to be working into the evening and needing to do that to keep things running around here. So as I reload this, I think I'm going to call it here for the video. We will update next time as to whether we've managed to get all this done, whether we ran out of money, or what's happened. But the sun is setting, and there's not much more we can do. Today we have quite a few jobs to do. We're continuing in on our seeding of the various crops. We've got the canola to do today on field 12B. We've also got field 14 that needs to be limed and manure spreads. We've got fields 1 and 2B that need the same. We've also got some stones to pick. The first thing we need to do is get some money. We're going to borrow 10,000, which will give us 9,846. I want 3 bags of the double top, so we'll take that up to 3 bags. 4 bags of the Anglia seeds. Let's grab this and get these loaded up onto the trailer. Thankfully, 8 bags of seed and fertilizer seem to fit fairly well on this trailer without destabilizing it too badly. So much better than us having stuff on the other one. We can't take too many at once, but as a trailer to get stuff down to the field, it works really, really well. The delay in getting started, though, won't help us. It is already 8:30 in the morning, and this field is huge. I'm less worried about the next two fields. The next two fields after this are smaller ones, both field 2B and field 1 being much smaller than this. And then it's just this monster of field 14 that probably is going to have us working into the night again, like field 13 did. We're employing this little tractor again because it was so useful for this job last time. And having it about to do jobs like this is really useful. We are going to be keeping a close eye on this today and making sure that this seeder keeps going as much as possible. We'll leave this bag of seeds on the front so that when it runs out, we can top up. And so a standard setup we've had before, 2 headlands, and yep, I'm pretty happy with all that. I could go longest edge, which would do like that. Let's see what that looks like. So that, again, that looks like that, longest edge. It's because of all the shape changes on it. It wants to go that way. I'm gonna do the field that way. Bring us around to the start point. We have canola selected. Good. First waypoint, and away we go. And hopefully, yep. We have, we are using a fairly high seed rate and a fair whack of fertilizer on here. We're going to be filling this up quite a bit today, I think. Next up, I need to get my manure spreader going, and look at that. We have a severe lack of manure. We have got through most of it at this point. So field 1 is our smallest field left. It is a completely loam field, so we should get a fair whack off here with this. Create a new course. Same as before, although we want to go north-south with this. Should start... Oh, wow. That is an interesting start point for this. So I'm not quite sure exactly why it's starting there. And yeah, it's coming into the field. Oh, it's starting right up here. It must be to do with how this spreads. So we'll see how this does and let it go from there. And that brings us back to our 6810. This needs fuel. We don't have any fuel. Right, let's see if we can refill this petrol tank then. Do we have the money for that? The answer is no. Right. So, we need to address the elephant in the room then. And we're not going to do it with this 7610. Instead, we're going to do it with this. Our trusty Land Rover. We're going to go and sell both of the headers and header trailers for our New Holland combines. Get those gone and then sell the combines as well. Part of the reason we lack money so much at the moment is we bought that new combine. Repaint it first. Oh, no, we'll go with this first. Repaint that, yes, and sell that. Give us some extra money. Right, now we can repair that, yes, and repair that, yes, and sell. So yeah, it's all about the order in which you sell things to make sure you maximize the amount you get for it. We are already back up to 8,985. Second header trailer into shop and get this sold. So that's in there. We'll squeeze through the doorway and over to here. So yeah, repaint for 141, repair it for 1, and then sell for 3,064. Perfect. And then the header, repaint it for 1,500, repair it for 235, and sell it for 4,801. There we go. So that was only 7,865, but then that header was older and therefore was always going to make us less money. The TR87 is up first for the combines. Not sure that's going to fit in this doorway. Oh yeah, it is just. Yeah, we won't fit our new case in that doorway, but we can fit that in. So this repaint is going to be 7,695, and this is why we sold the headers first. We need to absolutely maximize our profit on this. So we need to get about 21,000, 22,000 off this once repainted. And we get 22,000. We want to repair it as well and sell that. Yes. Okay, so we're up to 29,000. And then we will sell the TR96 as well. And not a moment too soon. One of our, I think our Cedar is probably in need of refill. So, yeah, let's see how much we get for this. Repaint it for 10,000. Ow. So, takes us up to 37,000. So, we'll definitely make a bit extra from doing that. Sell it, and so 37,273 for that. An overall total of 55,000. That's really, really good. And it's actually our manure spreader that has run out. That is really difficult to see where that's spread. But I don't know how much manure we have left. It's got to the point where it's actually done the main body of the field and we just need to get the headlands. So if we can scrounge out an extra trailer full of manure, we should be all right. But it's looking very, very low, to be honest. Let's have a look. What do we have over here? Yeah, there's next to no manure in there at all. And do our pigs need straw? Yeah, I think our pigs need straw as well. So we might go deal with that quickly so that we can ensure that they have some. Let's jump in this. We're going to have to switch tools on the front. So we'll head over here, drop this off. Now, if this indeed isn't needed anymore, we can start doing lime with this, which is good news. And we can also go do stone picking with the 7810, which is also good news. And it actually frees us up a little bit. Let's come around here. Where is my bale spike? There it is. I left it in the shed. Let's pick it up onto the front of this then, and we want to grab a couple of bales of straw, get them loaded in for the pigs. I think we probably also need to get some more pig feed for the pigs, so we'll sort that in a minute as well. Once we got some more fuel in our fuel tank, which of course was the whole reason why we went and sold all of our combines just now. Now, 41,000 is the price for a new header for our combine. So I'm going to try and hold on to as much money as possible and kind of hope that maybe we get a header for our combine in a sale. If not, I think we will end up leasing it simply because we know we'll be able to pay for it by the end of the harvest this year. So drop those in there. That should end up with, yep, that going in. Second one in as well. And how does that do for our pigs? That gives them pretty good setup, actually. We do need to give them more food. Their health isn't great because their food is so low. And in fact, they've run out of certain food types, which will not do their health any good at all. So we will just plonk one more bale of this in. Now, we've still got plenty here. Top that right up. In fact, now I'm going to put 2 bales in there because then it will keep it going for a while. And we will we'll just dump them over the fence because that will still have them working in there. And then, yeah, we can sort out some feed for them as well with the trailer and the 7610. So, dump the top one in there. Will that go in? Oh, we can put both of them in. That will work. So, in with the pigs. Goes that. That will get taken in. Yeah, in fact, there we go. So we've got a bale of straw in there now. That will slowly get taken down. And I can now concentrate on getting some feed in there as well, which will sort them out. Seem to be unable to actually get the fuel tank refill to show up at the moment. So we'll just back off here. There should be a function to refill silo. There we go. So 24,000 for 10,000 litres. I'm going to just put 2,000 litres in here for now. With the size of the fuel tanks on our vehicles, that should be enough. Put this into here, stop it, and refuel it. This does not take a massive amount of fuel. I think it takes like a couple of 100 litres at most. Yeah, 148 litres. So that's fine. We'll now go fill our Marston trailer up with some pig food. Get them fed. So that will keep our pigs happy. And keep them producing the manure and the slurry that we've been using so much of. I would really like to be able to finish off the manure day if I can. Field 1 is the next field we want to do. We have got basically we've got 4 days to get 4 fields seeded, and 2 of those are huge. So I need to take like a day to do the 2 smaller ones. No, we want pig feed, which must be some in here. There it is. 59,000 litres of pig food. Perfect. We'll put 14,000 litres of it in with the pigs. And I do like this pig feed silo. As a silo in general, it's really, really useful. Because you can use it to store your crops. And then on top of that, you can also just generate a load of pig food when you need to. And then still have the crops there accessible to you. It's absolutely brilliant. I think if you're running a pig farm on here, in here, it's worth getting. I absolutely would recommend, though, if you do get it, only generate the pig food you need, really, if you're using it to store all your main crops. And don't forget to turn it off, otherwise all of your crop will get converted. Right. That gives us not a huge amount of food for the pigs. So I'm going to run around this a couple more times, put a few thousand more litres of pig food in here, and at least get it about half full, I think. This is going to be our 4th and final trailer of pig food. Looking really good. Although we've had a breakdown, so we're going to have to go and check that out in a minute. The only tractor that is out there running is the Massey. So that is actually quite worrying. Let's get this tipping. And we'll go and check this out. So what's wrong with this Massey? Oh, it's just dropped below 50%. So it should be all right for a little while. Let's get it started up. It's basically it's stopped in the middle of the field. And we need to get it restarted again. Does happen sometimes. We will get it back. We'll probably get it back when it's run out of seed or fertilizer. So nearest waypoint. Because, yeah, when it does that, we're going to take it up to the corner of the field, refill both of those, no matter which one is emptied, and then we will be able to just take this tractor up and get it repaired at that point. Hopefully won't be too expensive, but we do have 50,000 in the bank at the moment, so we hopefully will be all right. Now that we've got all the pig food, though, we need to get this onto the next job, which is to fill up with a whole load of lime. I want to take at least 2 trailer fulls of lime down to the field. Get that ready to get spreading on there. I've already got the bucket onto the front of the Zebra. We've only got 1,000 litres of lime. That's not good. I reckon we've still got a lot of stones in here, though. Let's go and have a look at our line production. Yeah, we still have 17,000 litres of stone. So what we'll need to do is go and grab some water. And that means using this tractor for that. This is why I have disconnected it from the trailer. We need to be very, very careful, though, because our 7610, not the most powerful tractor in the world, it could very easily get pulled into the river with the weight of this trailer. So, slightly concerned. We will take it steady and carefully and see if we can actually avoid giving it a swim. So back it down to the river. I only really just want to get the very edge of this in here. Bring it down. Okay, right. Will you fill up? Yes, you will. And it's hardly in there as well. Yeah, that is perfect. That is exactly what I want. That goes any further backwards, there's a distinct danger that we could end up with a tractor in the drink, but as much trouble as it's having getting out of here, it is at least getting out of here. So we'll refill the water in here, create us some more lime, and will this be enough? This should be enough, actually, to do this. With 17,000 litres, we're going to need about 10,000 litres in order to produce the stone, or produce the lime. In which case, yeah, we're going to want a second trailer full of water, especially as we know we're going to get a few more stones out. Not many, but that should then produce all the lime we need. So let's grab a second trailer of this, and then we'll be able to fill our trailer with lime. Now, as I expected, the Massey Ferguson is empty of fertilizer. So while we have this opportunity and while our water trailer is refilling, we'll take this up to the corner of the field here. I'm going to detach my seeder, take the tractor back to the yard quickly and get it repaired. Very tempted actually to put the dual wheels on here that I wanted to before, but I'm trying to save as much of the money that we got as possible. So let's disconnect that. And we'll take this back there. Why has it unfolded those wheels? It's a little bit annoying, that, but we'll deal with that when we get back. I think that's something to do with the new setup. So hopefully we can reconnect it and it'll just fold those down again. So we need to take this to the workshop and get it repaired. Now, I seem to remember the reason why we didn't do this last time was we were looking at quite a hefty repair bill. And yeah, 3,110 is not too bad, actually. Especially just to keep this running. So we'll get this back down to the field. I'm going to refill both the seeds and the fertilizer. That will keep everything running for a little bit longer. It appears that you can't fold it down when it's attached to that joint. So we're going to have to put the coupling on, pull it forward a little bit, couple to the back one, and go from there. It's really, yeah, that's really frustrating. It shouldn't fold up like that when you detach from that joint, because that, yeah, just causes a whole load of issue. I'd like to see it actually fold when it folds these down, fold that up, because that makes things really, really clear. That should now attach there. We can, yeah, it's being weird, but at least we got that sorted, and slightly quicker than I was expecting. We'll just put this attacher joint down here. Something that I absolutely forgot. We've just seeded the wheat. We need to get a tractor down onto field 13 for the weeding. If we don't weed that field in the next day or so, that's going to cause us a problem. Thankfully, we've got the 7810 available at the moment, so we might go and start getting that onto there. That's opening up. We've got the seeds here. So we'll start this up, get this reloaded, and yeah. There's so many things to think about when you have a really, really busy seeding season like this, that it can get a little bit away from you. I'm looking forward to things calming down just that little bit. Right, let's empty the rest of that seed bag into there. Grab another bag of fertilizer and refill that as well. Because we take a fair amount of fertilizer into this. In fact, it takes more than a bag of fertilizer at a time. So I think I'm going to fill it right up this time, rather than what I did last time, which was just put a bag in there. And in goes the whole bag. Yeah, we need to adjust this slightly. There we are. Oh, this little tractor is perfect for this job. It just frees up our zebra to do so much more. Right, let's see if we can lift this off here. Because the zebra, of course, is a useful tractor in its own right, and not just as a front loader. This tractor, there isn't much more we can do with it other than tow a few bits around. It's not got a massive amount of horsepower on its own either. So it's always good to find usage for it on the farm, because it just makes sense to have it around for little jobs like this. Let's drop that off there and maneuver this round again. Lots of people have suggested I get a second seeder on here, and do you know what? That's not a bad suggestion. I'm very much looking at how far we are through this field today, and how much we still have to do. Maybe a second seeder is the way to go at the moment, if we can keep it running with the tractor. So yeah, I'm thinking next time we might look at that. We've got a lot of work still to do on here, and yeah, not as many days to do it. So let's get this very hard working seeder here. We'll get this back to work, and maybe next time getting a second seeder will be the way to go. And please tell me I'm not seeding. Oh, wow. Yes, I was. So with the seeder up and running again, I've got another water tank here to fill this with lime. I have just thought of one downside to having two seeders running. We will end up with a lack of rollers. Trying to get all of those fields rolled in that time might be a big problem. So yeah, I think we need to watch out for that. Speaking of rolling, with everything going on now, I think we might need to get the 7810 doing some of that. We don't have a huge amount of manure here. I don't think we're going to end up doing any more manure spreading today. I think we're still going to be seeding next day, so we will have a good chance to get a bit more manure on. But yeah, I do need to get something out rolling, and I do need to get something out doing the lime on field 14. So what we'll do is we'll drop this off here, and we'll take the 7610 here. We'll get this on the rolling so that that gets started, so it's not running too far behind the seeder, which is always the worry that it might catch the seeder up. But I think we're going to be all right. Back this up. because it's ever so slightly wider than the seeder. I think our seeder is only a 4.5 meter seeder. So yeah, our seeder is 4.3 meters. We actually are at a stage where we could do the 6 meter seeder then. I think we will probably have a look at something like the cockling maybe, and see if we can't pick that up. That isn't too expensive. Would work on here fairly well, and I don't think is much more money. So yeah, I think it might be time to look at a 6 meter seeder and see if we can do our fields with that. If we can get that before we hit field 14, that would be a really, really good use of our money, I think. So let's set up a course. Again, we're going longest edge and generate. There we go. Same setup as our other tract. And yeah, it's about maybe a third of the way through the field of the seeder. We definitely need a bigger seeder. A few people have said to me, oh, you need to add a second seeder or replace your existing seeder. And yeah, looking at how long this is taking to do this field, I think we definitely need a second seeder. So unfold the rollers, bring them around, line ourselves up, first waypoint, and away it goes. So yeah, not expecting this to finish today, but we might actually get started on it, and I think we've got a long way still to go on this field. Now, as I mentioned, with no real manure to speak of left here, I'm going to put my manure spreader back in here. We're going to get some care tires, I think, on this, or at least get the flotations off this, and go and get the weeder running on field 13. It looks like we're going to be ending up with more of the same next time. As a result, we are going to need to get the bigger seeder. Probably get a bigger lime spreader as well. I think if we can get the 7810 actually doing a few jobs around the farm which are on the bigger side, will be good. So let's customize this, get the flotations off, and put a pair of standard tires back on it. So customize that. Okay. Then jump into here and go and find our hoe. We can run that around field 13, and just get rid of those weeds, because if we don't get rid of those weeds, that is going to hit us hard in our yield on there this year. And as I suspected, there are quite a few weeds down here on field 13, so I'm glad I caught that. I'm glad we didn't get to the end of the next game day and go, oh no, we've forgotten the weeds. So let's set a course for this. We are going to go longest edge on here. 2 headlands. Yep, generate course. That again is starting where I expect it to. So we'll take this down to the bottom there. There's not a huge amount of fuel in this tractor, so this is going to start complaining soon that it might need to be refueled. Wow, field 9 is going for only 7,427. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that is an absolute bargain for that field. So let's set this off. That auction is for this field and ends today. It's got barley in it as well. Okay. Let's have a quick look at less than 24 hours, 7,776 bid. So we are currently the highest bidder on this field. It's a small field. It's out of the way from us. But for less than 10,000, that would be really good to grab for a little bit of extra income. We'll make more than 10,000 off this year. Just having a quick look at the seeders, I would really like to get this Gil Airsim 6040, but it requires 185 horsepower. So reasonably, I think what we're looking at is either a Case 5100 seeder or the John Deere 8350 seeder. Both for 6,000. Both would do us fairly well on here, and if we restrict them to the main farm, would be pretty good. The one we've got is 4.3 meters. This would allow us to still do field 6. So I think we maybe will look at getting the Case. In fact, I think getting this Case might be a really good idea on here. If we go for this, yeah, I think this would be a great idea. Let's just have a look and grab the number plate that we've got on our 7810. So that is APO1FCR. And then seeders. Easily run this, yep. So APO1 FCR and okay, and we'll pick that up and we'll be able to hit that running next time with that seeder, and that'd be pretty good. Also pretty good is our Massey Ferguson. This is doing a cracking job in here. We've still got half a tank of seeds and 80%, sorry, half a tank of fertilizer and 80% of a tank of seeds. We are approaching the middle of the field, which is great. I will leave this going this evening, I think, until it runs out of one or the other of those. We've got the roller going down the far side of the field as well. We don't have much else going on other than the weeder. So the weeder will probably get done tonight as well. So we'll be in a good position when we come back for the next game day for the second day of April. Today we're going to continue to get field 12B finished off. We should hopefully get this all planted and done today. I'm then going to use this seeder next game day to do all of the smaller fields, so 2B and field 1. So we need to try and get them as ready as possible today as well. And then our new seeder that we've got sitting at the shop at the moment, we're going to try and get that over to field 14 to get that done in a couple of days. Trying to get this in the right position. In fact, no, that's filled up. So that's all good. Right, we need to switch over and grab some fertilizer as well and get this get that reloaded in here. There's a fair amount of work still to do over the next 3 days. Well, we're officially now behind. We had 4 days to plant 4 fields, and we now have 3 days to plant 4 fields. Field 12B obviously is not finished, so let's get this loaded up with this and get this started, and then we can start looking at getting a couple of other pieces of kit going as well. I want to fill this right up. I think we might need some more of the solid fertilizer. As you can see here, we only have this bag left, and we're going to be putting that straight in here as well. So it's very, very possible today we might need to go and buy some more of the solid fertilizer. We are certainly going to need more fertilizer and more seed. Fortunately, though, we do have money kicking around at the moment, having sold those old combines and their headers last time. So we'll just back this off here, turn the engine off. Yeah, if we need to refill the fertilizer again today, we are definitely going to have to go and buy some more. There is not enough kicking around here. Before I can continue rolling this field, though, this tractor is very much in need of repairs. So let's repair that 1,813. That's slightly more expensive than I was expecting. I'll repair our rollers at the same time. then we can get this tractor out onto the field, and our 7810 also needs some repairs today. So we'll take that through too. On our way, I am just going to refill this with some more fuel because we are liable to run out of that if we're not careful. There we are. And we'll head back out to the field and get this rolling. And then I'm going to grab the 7810. Let's bring this in here and park it up. And then we can get it repaired. 2,300. This is getting more expensive as our 7810 gets closer to that 50-hour level. And it's very, very close to that now. I want to take this actually up to the shop and get our new seeder. We want to get that back here and ready to go. So that is just around here. And into the shop, there it goes, our brand new case seeder. A little bit less technologically advanced than our current one, but it does have an extra meter's worth of width on it, so it should get through our new fields fairly quickly. And yeah, looking good. I think this should fill up fairly nicely. It does take fertilizer as well as seed, so yeah, this will be good. This will do exactly what we need it to, and we can get this down to field 14. Of course, we do still have a load of stuff to do on field 14 before really we can go and plant it. So today, I'm going to be using this to go and finish off the fields 2B, which we need to do some stone picking on, and field 14 by trying to get the lime spread on that. So I'm going to park this at the side of the field here, as we're going to be loading it up around here and getting it working. It's a good place for this to be placed for now. And then if we head over this way, we've got our stone picker over here on field, well, sitting at the junction between what was field 2B and field 2C. And we're just going to run this over to over the newly plowed bit. Plus, we're going to go and collect up all those stones that are on field 2B. The current field 2B. 2C for some reason seems fairly empty. Oh, wow, this is struggling a little bit with this. Let's go down a few gears. This tractor should be able to do this. Tractor's having a lot of trouble with this. Anyway, it looks like our oh, I know what this is. Our cables haven't connected up properly. I've had this problem before. It's not releasing the brakes on this, so we can't use this with this tractor, unfortunately. That is not good. This is why we used the 8340 with it last time. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait until our feeder is available from field 12B and do that then. In the meantime, let's go and get some lime for the corner of this field, and then we can get spreading it. Now we should have a decent collection of lime in our piece of kit here, in our stone crusher. Let's get this connected all up. How is this looking? Yeah, I was hoping to get the last few stones into here and get this process for field 14. But we got 40,000 litres of lime here, so we got at least 2 trailers worth. Let's get that loaded up. So 40,000 litres of lime. We'll get that into our trailer. And then we've got the bucket on the front of our zebra there. So I'm going to get the zebra down to the field and ready in position to load it up. We're going to be dumping lime in 2 different places, so there's quite a bit of maneuvering we need to do to have everything positioned right today to get it working. So our first pile of lime is down here. I'm wondering if we can just load it up into our spreader and get it done and out the way. So when we come up here with the 7810, we'll just be able to pick it up and have it going. Wow, no, there is actually a couple of loads of lime down here. So we will we'll load it right up. But yeah, it's going to take a couple. Oh, and the fuel level on this tractor is low, so I'm going to have to take it back to the yard anyway at some point and refill it too. That is just a little bit annoying. So the new pile of lime we're just going to put at this corner here and get this dumped here. I think 30,000 or the 40,000 hopefully will be enough to do this field. We will find out fairly quickly. It is going to be quite an attempt to do it, though. Let's get this piled up pretty high. I'm quite happy with that. God, this is going to be a very large pile of lime we have here. 2 trailers worth 30,000 litres is going to be quite a bit. I think we used about 30-ish thousand litres on the previous field. So we may have some leftover lime here as well, which would be good. Right, just waiting for that trailer to close so I can pull it off there. We'll go and grab another couple of trailers and then we'll be in a position to get started. 11,000 more litres of lime here, and this will be our third and final trailer. Hopefully this is going to go far enough. It is 80% of a trailer, so that's not bad at all. At this rate, we've got about 20 odd reloads of the spreader on here, and we'll be able to maybe get the whole of this field done. I wish there was some way I could tell exactly how much this was going to take. Unfortunately, the spreading guide that you can get, that mod, doesn't do it for precision farming, so it makes it very hard to estimate. But we've got all the lime that we've got left down here. We don't have any more fields this year to do, and so we are hopefully gonna have enough to get this job finished with any luck. We'll see though when we get spreading. Down to our small manure pile in this corner of the field, and we'll hook this up to the 7810. See how well this tractor does at picking this up compared to its smaller counterpart. So lift. Oh, just a little bit. Yeah. But with that slightly up off the ground, let's clear that. And away we go, spreading. Oh, I haven't hooked everything up. Right, let's try that again. And away we go, spreading like so. No, still not turned attached. Let's see. There we go. Right, finally. Back it up slightly. It's really, really difficult to see the connectors on this. But now we're done and we're away, and hopefully we can get a good spread of lime across here. And I'm gonna spread it going up here like this. Oh, wow. Take that down, though. That is way too high. It's not going very far, a spread of lime, but then we knew that because we had that exactly happen last time as well. It's going to be a long old trek across this field. But at least we got some stuff in this corner to get it started. And then after that, we will be in a great position at the far end with lots more lime. Only I had a bigger lime spreader, but unfortunately, I can't really afford it. The size of this field is just incredibly daunting. I decided though to reduce maneuvering. I'm going to go along the long edge, which means that we're going to head down, or we are heading down at this headland over here. It also conversely makes our trips a little bit shorter. We seem to get to about the middle of the field before we run out. So I'm hoping that it's going to actually mean we do less traveling back and forth, reloading with the lime. It is going fairly well at the moment. We are 3 loads in, 4 loads in, and we're getting down to the bottom corner of this field here. Seem to have a little bit of error data on the precision farming on the next field over, but 12B is looking good at the moment. That should be finished today, and that means that job will get done. We should get this limed today. We are, well, I'm hoping we've got enough lime. It may be that we have to have a run down to the shop to grab some more fertilizer and some more lime partway through the day, which will slow things down a little bit. But if we can get this field ready today, then we have a good shot of having everything done by the time we need it. But it's just a lot of journeys back and forth with this. And that's why I'm actually not worried about, at the moment, the fuel level on this, because we're only turning it on briefly, putting about a bucket and just over a bucket and a half in, and then turning this tractor off again before we go and spread a little bit more lime. Eventually this will work out fine, and we should be able to get this field all done, and then it's just 2 days of trying to get the remaining fields, 3 fields done, which I'm not worried about. This field, actually, we've got a nice big seeder, and we should be able to run that off our 7810 here quite easily. It's going to be doing the final changes to 2B and 1, so we should have a little bit of manure to finish off field 1, and we need to get the stones off field 2B. If we can do that today, I think we'll be in a good place. If we can't, then I think we're going to struggle a little bit to get everything done. But we'll see how it goes. The other thing that worries me is, can we get everything rolled? It may be we have to get a second set of rollers in order to ensure that we do have enough of those to get everything rolled before the end. But our 7610 will be going flat out, and hopefully it'll get somewhere with it. I think we've made it to the point where we're about halfway through the field here. Will we have enough to finish off this row? I think so. So yeah, making good time. It is 10 to 1 in the afternoon. We didn't start until later in the morning. So yeah, we're pretty good. We are very much sitting well here. We do need to refill our seeder. So before I refill this again, we're going to go and do that. And I was hoping that we hadn't run out of the fertilizer, but that does seem to be exactly what we're out of. So we'll put the rest of this in. It is on the headlands, so the fertilizer it did have has gone quite a long way. I'm hoping that this fertilizer that we got in here, the 300, 400 odd liters we have in here, might be enough to get this field finished. It would be very good if it was, but we'll see what happens. Right, let's load this in. It might have enough seed to finish things off, though. So let's just put that in there. Yes, we got enough seeds to finish things off. We're only 30% full on the fertilizer, though, so this is going to be close. It might have enough to get around this field. It might not. We'll see how things go. I don't think we need to fill seeds. I think it's going to run out of fertilizer again before it runs out of seeds. So we'll close that up. And if I set this to nearest waypoint, it might be okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. So set this to nearest waypoint and go. Yep. And that now has all of its headlands to get done. And once it's done that, I think we're going to be okay. Although, I want to back it up a little bit and restart that again. So down and forwards. Yeah, there we go. And right, away that goes. And hopefully there is enough here to get this field done. Oh no. We've almost made it round the field, but it's not enough. We are out of fertilizer here. So, yeah, I'm going to have to go and get some more. That is really, really annoying. And my biggest problem is, what tractor do I use to do it? Let's fill this up with some lime, and then I think we'll use this tractor to go and get it. I would use my little tractor, but I think that that might be a bit of a problem. In fact, I might take this opportunity to go and grab another barrel weight so that it makes our little tractor a little bit more effective in doing these jobs. So let's just load this up. And then I'm going to drop the barrel weight off this here. So come here, drop that down. Drop the barrel weight off. We'll put the remaining lime back on our pile. So just tip that back there. And yeah, we'll use this tractor. We'll head down to the shop. We'll get some more of the fertilizer on here. In fact, I might go and pick up enough fertilizer to do the next couple of days based on what we've got. And in fact, we will take off the seed bags we got on here, because we've got a lot of seed bags on here at the moment. We'll also take this opportunity to refill the tractor and possibly get it repaired, because I've just noticed the repair status on this Zebra is fairly awful as well. So yeah, let's take this up to the corner. The only thing we're gonna need on here really is, well, based on what we've just had, we took 5 of the fertilizer bags to do that field. So I think we're probably gonna need maybe 6 to 8 fertilizer bags to get us started next time. That's gonna be fairly expensive, but I think a trailer full of fertilizer bags is probably gonna save us a fair whack of cash in the long run. So first stop is going to be to get some fuel. Let's stop here and get this refueled. Wait, I don't want to buy. I want to refuel. No, we need to move this tractor a little bit further forward. It's not quite where we need to get to refuel. There we go. So refuel that. There we are. Right, second stop then for this is gonna be our repair shop quickly. In fact, no, I think we'll take it down to the actual shop and give it a full service down there. But yeah, this tractor, as you can see, is in some fairly desperate need of TLC. So let's bring the trailer around to the other side of the tree, get it in a position where it'll be easy for us to load things up. So about here it should do the trick. Back it up a little bit and disconnect. Right, then we can take this into the workshop, get it repaired, and then head into the shop, grab ourselves a new barrel weight, and also grab ourselves a whole load of fertilizer. So let's repair that 2,400. How's that looking? Let's repair all of this. That doesn't need repairing, but yeah. Right, and then over to the shop and we'll buy some big bags. Now I've just peeked into the used vehicle sales and something kind of perfect has turned up. I want a larger trailer to go with our combine, and we've had a Stuart trailer turn up. So grain body 1 versus grain body 2. Does that increase the size? It doesn't. So we'll go with the grain body 1. We'll put the Michelins on it as we normally do. That's going to rise the price slightly. We'll go with the X-Bib. We'll go without mudguards, livery, Scottish flag, UK flag, or no livery. I'm going to go no livery on this. I've got the UK flag on it on Ebony Island, so we'll leave that. Main color is good. Rim color, I want to go more with our keeping of our other stuff on the farm. And number plate, we can leave as that for now, because I believe that's the one that is on our 7810, which is actually going to be pulling this. So 15,246. Perfect. Let's buy that. And then on top of that, we also want 8 of the double top big bags. So like that's going to be 12,000. Wow, this is eating through our money straight away. In fact, no, that's more than we can afford. So I'm going to reduce that to 6 and buy those. And 6 will be good to keep us going for a while. And then finally, I want to grab a new barrel weight. What's the weight on that? 600 versus 900. Yeah, 900 I think will be good. Decals, we want New Holland. And main color, we want the New Holland blue. That is only going to be 340. So that's perfect. And there we go. So we have got a brand new trailer. I'm going to have to come and pick that up later. But yeah, really cool for that to come up. That is all kinds of perfect, especially what we've been using our Marston trailer for recently. It's kind of been through the wars a bit, and so I don't know whether to sell the Marston trailer now. It's very flexible for what we have on the farm, and we could keep our Stuart trailer purely for carting. And then have the other grain trailer we've got for moving stuff around the yard. My original plan had been to put the sides on this trailer that we've got here to move stuff around the yard. But to be perfectly honest, the Marston has been pretty perfect for it while we've been having to do stuff with this. So I think probably keeping the Marston trailer round for now is a good way to go. Let me know in the comments, though, what you think, because I'm always open to your guys' input. Let's get these loaded up, though, and get them back up to the field so that we can get our seeder finished off and hopefully start getting back on track. Last 2 on the back, and oh, come on, there you go. Sometimes it's a little bit of fun getting these loaded up. But that should do the trick. So I'll go put this away and we'll head back down to the farm. And a message has just come up that the auction for Field 9 will end in 1 hour. Oh, man. I might go borrow 10,000 and just go and up our bids. We did have enough of a bid to do it. And we were in a good place. We have just, of course, bought that trailer. So, yeah, I think I need to go and sort this out, and then we'll go and place a bid on that field. It would be good to get another field. Even though we're stretched a little bit thin at the moment, we're stretched a little bit thin simply because we've had to do so much lime this year. Right, let's get this loaded up and get this started so that I can get down to Field 9 and get that bid in. I really, really want this to work, so not going to take a whole lot. Also, our rollers have started on the headland as well, so they're going to catch up with this in no time flat. But, yeah, all of that's gone in. We'll back that off. We'll close that down. and start this up. Nearest waypoint. Away it goes. And this field will soon be finished. So last minute bid for field 9. Let's borrow 10,000. And then on here, let's put the bid in. To do that is press, B. Let's bid. Oh, £8,540. Is that going to be enough to win this? I'm really hoping so. Meanwhile, it looks like our seeder has just about finished here at this top corner, which is great news. Let's turn that off. We will disconnect that from there. And yeah, I've still got a bit of lime to do, so I'm going to be liming into the evening. But by the looks of things, seeder is pretty much done. In fact, yep, it is absolutely done. So we need to get it out the way of our other bits. Oh, and we've just been outbid. We are, yeah, the field has gone for 8,928. And we've been outbid, so no luck on field 9. Probably a blessing in disguise, to be honest. And yeah, we just need to finish off the lime on field 14 here in order to get things sorted. Oh, that's got pushed into the field. Let's pick that up. Move that out the way. Oh, over there. And yeah, so we got to work into the evening again. We've got to get the lime on here. I'm hoping that there is enough to get this finished. But if we can sort this and get this job finished and then go and get started next time on doing all of the seeding on this field and on our remaining 2 smaller fields as well, will be good. Today, we're going to be cracking on with seeding the soybeans. We have a massive amount of work to do from that point of view. We need to get field 2C and, well, field 2B, which is the combination of field 2C and 2B planted. We need to get field 1 planted, and we need to get the massive field 14 planted. So to that end, we're going to crack on with the 7810 on field 14. I want to get this brand new seeder that we've got with the case. The case seeder that we've got here. This is going to be on field 14. It's slightly wider than that older Massey Ferguson one, but should do the job quite nicely. We're then going to take the Massey Ferguson tractor and hook it up to the stone picker and get the stones on field 2 collected. If I can do that fairly quickly, will be good. We're going to end up using more fertilizer on these fields because we've got no well, we're kind of out of the, is that, oh yeah, there we go. We're kind of out of the solid the manure to do field well, certainly field 14, certainly field 2B. We might have enough kicking around to do field 1. There's a little bit left on that. We will have to get the Massey Ferguson doing that though. It's only 82% full. This seems to have a little bit of an issue with loading this up. Let's see if we can get it. Find the actual place. There we go. That's got it. Right, that looks full to me now. Let's just check that. And yeah, that's full. So I might as well top this one up while I'm here as well. Make sure that this is all filled. So in soybeans all round, we do need to get rid of some weeds as well. We've got weeds in field 13 and field 12. So both of those need, oh, in fact, no, field 13 we're fine. Field 12B though, that does have a whole load of weeds in it. So we need to clear those off too. And then, yeah, hopefully we're going to complete all this in the next few days. We've only got 3 fields left. We've got 2 days, but we do have 2 seeders. Wow, that is hefty on the front of this. So, yeah, the hope very much is that we can get all this done, that we're going to get everything planted that we need to, and we're going to get back on track. Want to get the fertilizer into here as well. I think this will hold a similar amount. And there we go. That's filled up. So, yeah, it holds less than 1,000 litres of both of these. Close that up. And then we can get this setup going. Oh, no, I did have the engine running. Right, there we are. And just bring it round into the field here. This tractor is going to get very white very quickly. So set up a course, field 14. Want to really do longest edge. I find that tends to be the best way to go most of the time. Generate me a field course. And yeah, not bad. Not too bad at all. Starting far end by the looks of things. So let's close course generator just so that we can see this. Yeah, starting midway down this side. So not too far away. And we're going to have to keep this supplied and hopefully be good. We need to turn off. Yeah. The rate, and I think oh wow, we are going to be filling up the amount on this on a regular basis. So much we've got to put into this. I'm going to put 180 kilograms. That seems to be a fairly reasonable amount to go with. It's still low, but it's otherwise we're just going to burn. Actually, we're going to do a rough amount. I think we'll top this up later. So I'm going to put 130 kilograms on now, and first waypoint, and away we go. Oh no, stop. Yeah, can't be planted in, mate. We don't want that. We want the sorghum, which is that one. And away we go. There we are. And hopefully this is not going to do this too quickly. So next we've got to disconnect the Massey Ferguson here and go and put this on the stone picker. Yeah, I'm really hoping that we're able to get all of this turned around pretty quickly. When I said I hope it didn't go through it too quickly, I mean I hope it didn't go through the fertilizer too quickly. That 7810, or we're going to be doing some really constant updating and refilling of that. As far as I know, this is the only tractor we've got that can do this job as well. We're going to be laying quite heavily on the Massey today. Turn that off. Start it up. Drop it down. This bit here isn't too bad. Field 2B itself, though, that seems to be fairly full of stones. So we need to go in and clear all of those out of it. I'm going to try and do it in not do the whole field, but try and just do strips of it if we can. Right up to the end here. There we are. And do that. And then, yeah. We're going down this. Oh, it looks like we're going to have to do the whole field to get all of these done. Looking at the map, it's only patches, especially up this top end of the field. They're not easy to see, though. That's the trouble. Some of them are light stones and therefore aren't much of an issue. Some of them are medium stones and so won't roll in. None of them are massively easy to see. So I'm having to come in here and just check. And he's even there. We missed some on this corner. So, yeah, this is going to be a real pain in the butt job to do without doing the entire field, I think. There are definitely more of these further down the field that I get. We are able to, well, I've been able to spot most of them It is, yeah, it's much worse down this end of the field. Don't think we're doing too badly though. Yeah, looks like we've got everything so far, so that's really good news. And the field is a little bit of a patchwork, but I think we've got everything, just that little bit in the corner. Let's turn that off and have a look. Oh, I've missed one right in the middle of the field. And we've only got 300 litres off this, but we have had this sitting around and we do need to sort this job. So where's my patch? A little bit south of me here. Somewhere around here. Is that it? No. Where are you? Am I on top of you? No, a little bit to my north. There it is. I can see it. I went a little bit south to get some and missed ones to the north. Just here, turn it on, drop it down, pick them up, and that has got that sorted just in time to have to refill our Ford 7810. And as I suspected, it is the fertilizer that we need to refill. I have bought a little bit over here already, so the end of the previous bag. We're going to get this bag in here now as well. This will go to about 20% left, I think. No, 33% left. So we'll back this up and we will get this restarted. Let's close that. Start this. Back her up a little bit. Nearest waypoint. And away we go again. Yep, I think the idea of putting in 130 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare actually is working really well. We are at a very good, we're not far off our target, and it's not going to take much then to top this up when we get into to doing that. Right now though, I want to get these stones dropped off into our stone picker so that we can produce more lime when we need to. So back this up. Our stone, no, this stone's dropped off into our stone crusher, of course, from our stone picker is what I mean. Should be able to get that from this angle. And there we are. We can now return this piece of kit because we have no use for it. And we don't want to be mucking around with this. We could do with not spending the money on that. We spend money on enough stuff anyway. Right, let's return that. Yes, okay. I'm interested to how much we would have to pay to purchase this now. We're down to half price on our Fiat. We are at, yeah, half price on our Land Rover as well. I think I want to replace that plow, but we'll see where we go from that. Right. What I do need to do is see exactly how much manure we've got and whether it's enough to finish off field 1 so that we can get planting that and planting field 2B, because if we can clear those off quickly, that's going to free us up a tractor for us to be able to use in getting all of these fields rolled as well. We don't quite have a full trailer of manure here. We've got 76%. Now, this field here, I think most of the field got done. I can't actually see where has and hasn't been done. Let's come on to, we should be able to actually, once we get on here with this. Yeah. So I can see that we've basically got one strip down the middle here that needs doing. And then, in fact, yeah, it starts about here-ish, doesn't it? God, that is hard to see. Yeah, we are a little bit over. Yeah, how can... That is not visible at all. That's... Oh, wow. If I didn't have the map, if I didn't have the ability to see where stuff had been done, it would be really, really difficult to work out exactly where I've got to do this. So on here, oh, unfold the spreader. And away we go. I haven't hooked something up. Yeah. PTO. Back her up. Right, and away we go. That is covering it, and that is going where I need to go. Perfect. Right, looking at this, then we want to go around the edges and get 2 headlands done. And we'll start at this corner here because we want to finish off down here. And yeah, this is going to have to be done purely based on the map because I cannot see on this field anywhere where we still need to do this. In fact, is this actually going to have enough to go around all of this headland? Probably not. So yeah, we'll see how far we do actually get. And see how well the coverage of the field is. Coverage actually hasn't been all that bad. We've got most of the way around the headland. We're not going to get around it for a second one. However, having the majority of this field done is pretty good, especially considering we're going to be using this tractor to plant the sorghum on here. We'll be able to adjust the fertilizer to be perfect level. So we're going to go and grab the seeder now for this. We've done everything we can this year with the manure, and now it is just a case of how much is it going to cost us extra to get the fertilizer on these fields. And we're going to have to go and spread more fertilizer as well, because well, we're in a position where we need to get the crop sensors on the 7610 and get our little fertilizer spreader doing that, and covering that, covering the shortfall that we've got on some of the fields, in order to maximize how much we're going to get this year off these fields. So this isn't quite fully loaded up. We do have a bit of a bag left here though. So let's start this up. Look at it, driving over this field full of lime. It's covered this old tractor in white. Right, pull this forwards. Hopefully this is enough to top this up. Oh, no, forwards. There we go. Just about. And yep. Oh, it's not quite enough to top it up, actually. I think that'll be enough, though. We are going to have a fair way to go if we need to fill it up. But we're a good 95% full, and we're going to use the fertilizer at a much slower rate with this tractor and seeder. So let's go set this up, switch it over to the sorghum, and get it going on field 1. Go into field 1 here, and we will stop here. We need to clear off the current temporary course, go new course, field 1. Yep. And generate. Absolutely perfect. Very, very happy with that. So we're starting up top corner and finishing down here. So let's take it up there and get it started. And because this is a much more modern tractor, I'm allowing the variable seed rate and the variable fertilizer rate. So like that there. First waypoint, and away you go, I think. Yep. Sorghum going in. And this tractor's away, and our 7810 needs refilling. And once again, it's the fertilizer that this tractor has run out of. I'm surprised. This is... Oh, it's getting some white on it. It's not that dirty. No, we want the back one. It is going through the fertilizer at the kind of rate we thought it would. There we are. Lift it up slightly. Get it in. But it's also getting through this field really fast as well. I reckon we are probably about... Oh, it's bouncing. There's this arm that's sticking out the side that's causing issues. Yeah, it's about a third of the way through. A little bit more. There we are, and in. Yeah, it's probably about a third of the way through this field, I think. Not doing too badly at all, and making good progress. I'm very pleased that we got this. In this case, Seeder is very much being bought to do these larger fields. The Massey Ferguson one we got, we're keeping it. It's not going anywhere. It's doing a great job, that Massey Ferguson one, and will allow us to keep going on fields like field 6 over the road. And then this case one is very much more for these open fields that we have at this end of the farm, where we need something just a little bit wider to get that job done just that little bit quicker. Now that we've got our seeder going, I want to get this tractor moving as well, and see if we can't start the rolling going. It's a little bit of a risk, this. We need to get the weeder going as well, and I think we're going to get the zebra doing that. Let's do this course though, and I'm hoping that we can set up a course similar to the other one. So oh, we're not quite enough on the field. There we go. There we are. So longest edge up, down. Let's see if this works. Yes, I think it has. Close the course generator, move it across. Yeah, that's doing in roughly the same direction in the same way. So we should be good there. Let's go set this up and set it going. So bring it in here. Our field starts here. Let's just bring that out. Yep, perfect. Let's unfold that. First waypoint. And away we go. And hopefully, yeah, this won't then have an issue. And we should be able to just get this field rolled today as well. If we can do that, we are going to be right back on track. I mean, it's 1:30 in the afternoon when we're starting this. It's going to take a couple of days, I think, for this to roll this. So, yeah, we're going to have to get... Oh, I hope that we can get all of this rolled. That's going to be the big trick. Now, having a look at our little zebra here, we don't have enough horsepower on it to run the weeder. We are... yeah, we're short. So, I don't think I can do that job with this. I think we can get it on another set of rollers, or get it doing the rolling next game day if we need to. So I'm gonna go with that and see if we can do that. We'll see how our rollers do today. I want to really get one of my 2 main tractors though doing the weeding. We could really do with the 7810 doing that job. So if the 7810 finishes the seeding on field 14 ahead of time, we're going to be sitting fairly pretty with that, I think. What I am going to do though, I think, is just park this up and out the way. It's not of a huge use to us at the moment. I think it's going to be more use to us tomorrow, and maybe we'll put it to task then. My lime pile has got in the way of my rollers, which is quite amusing to me. I'm slightly surprised that that's still in the way there. Let's bring this round though, and then I can line it up here and nearest waypoint, and away we go into the next row. And yeah, things are for the most part working nicely. Just checking in on the Massey, and it's doing a cracking job. We're not using a huge amount of fertilizer, and it is not using a huge amount of seed either. I mean, this is loam, this field, so seed usage is going to be low. But getting most of this field covered with the manure has really made a difference. We are using the fertilizer at a much lower rate, especially when compared to our 7810 here. which is using it at a rate of about 1.5 times. So we got a steady 130 kilograms of nitrogen on here. And yeah, you can see the speed with which the nitrogen levels, the fertilizer levels in our seeder are dropping. It's not going to be too long before we have to refill this again, I think. And we might actually refill the seeds this time as well. However, looking at this is a really decent amount of the way through the field. We must be over halfway through this field now, which is fantastic news, because that means this field should be finished ahead of schedule, and this tractor can then be used for jobs that we need to pick up and close the gap in other areas. My biggest concern is the little 7610 here. You can see the speed with which the 7810 is moving through this field at the far side, and comparing that to the speed that the 7610 is moving at. It is going to take quite a while for this tractor to do this job. So I think next time we're probably going to have to go and get another set of these rollers, get the Zebra set up with those, and get field 1 at least rolling with that, because this tractor is going to need a fair amount of time to work its way through field 14. And as I expected to happen, the 7810 is getting low on fertilizer. So yeah, that is low, so we need to get that refilled. We also need to refill the seeds as well, so let's go grab those. We've got a small bag first to get in. That's the seed, I think. Actually, we want the back section with the fertilizer, so fill up the fertilizer and we'll go and grab a second bag of this. In hindsight, it would have probably been quicker to have taken our seeder over to the trailer and filled up everything over there, rather than having to do 3 trips back and forth with the big bags. But I wanted to, yeah, I don't know why I did it this way. We tend to drive this little Ford around all over the place. But yeah, it would have been quicker to have done that. We're fine, we're well ahead, we've got plenty of time, and I'm a lot less worried now and a lot less concerned than I was when we were doing the other fields. This seems to be running a lot better. The only worry I have at the moment is getting rid of those weeds and making sure we have a tractor available with enough horsepower to do it. I think that's going to be the 7810, but until I can actually get it finished on this field and get it started on the next, I won't be 100% sure about that. This seed bag only has 557 litres in it, but that should be enough to keep it going. The fertilizer rate is so much higher that I'm not concerned about it running out of seeds before it runs out of fertilizer again. So let's back this up and yeah, and bring that to there. I don't want to leave the rear open, so we'll close that down, and then we will get this running. Nearest waypoint, and away we go again. And hopefully that should be fine. Oh, actually, stop it. I haven't closed the back down. Why? Oh, yes, because we closed one section and it opened the other. So back this up a bit. Like so, and go. Right, that is away again. Checking in on our seeder over here on field 1, and we're about halfway through the field, and it's still got over half its seed left and over half of the fertilizer that we started with left. That's really good news. What it is about to do is have issues turning around. Yeah, that's got lost. Right, let's stop that. That was always going to be a tricky place for it to turn. We want to head down over here and get it started back on this row here. Otherwise, it's it's just gonna get stuck somewhere. And away you go. Yep, there we are. So that's corrected that and kept that going. Oh, I'd really like this to finish field 1 today. That would be awesome. And our 7810 has run out of seed for the day, or run out of the fertilizer for the day. Now, why is this section out at the side here? Is there something I can fold in to get that in? Doesn't look like it. I don't know why that's... There we go. Bring that back in. There we are. Yeah, I don't know why that was all the way out there. But what we can do now is we'll bring this up here. We'll get this into a position to be refilled. In fact, we will refill this now so that it's ready to go tomorrow. But this has got a lot further than I'd expected it to do today. So that is really good. This is yeah, exactly where it needs to be. And makes me very, very happy to see the sorghum in field 14 as far along as it is. That is seeds. So let's get the fertilizer section open and get that refilled. So yeah, refill this up now. It'll be all ready to go next time. Our rollers, those are halfway through the field, which is great news. And starting those earlier next game day means that they will be available to go and attack another field tomorrow. I still think we're going to need another set of the rollers in order to finish up everything in time tomorrow. But that's fine. We'll have the Zebra on that job tomorrow, I think. We'll go and grab those early on. We're also going to have to grab some more seed and some more fertilizer because this is not enough to get the remaining sorghum planted this year. I think we're probably going to need another couple of bags of seed and another probably 4 bags of fertilizer to get things done. We are going to be getting solid fertilizer spread on fields as well to top things up. We're going to be doing it with the ones that are furthest along first. So that will be field 6, 3, 12A and 2A. All need fertilizing next month. I suspect we're going to have a lot more than that to do though as well. So it's going to be a fairly busy month fertilizing in June. Let's do that though and then close that up. We've got 83% seed, 100% fertilizer. That should do us. I think that'll be good. I'm beginning to regret not putting that extra 5% fertilizer in here. We're down to the last 14 liters. We're on the last headland and it's not going to be enough. That extra 5% would have been just enough to get it done. And we're down to 2 liters to do the rest of the field. So, this is going to have to be done tomorrow. We're going to have to take this tractor, get it loaded up with fertilizer, which we have got a little bit left, so we can do that. And we've got another field to do with it anyway. But yeah, we are going to be out of fertilizer here any moment. It's even slightly lower than I was expecting to have to go on these headlands. But it is, yeah, there we go. We are out of fertilizer. Right, so I am going to go and take this down to my refill point. I'm going to get this all set up for tomorrow. We will do the last of this headland in the morning. We'll get field 14 finished off. But all things considered, we've had a really, really good progress on here today. And it looks like we might actually hit our targets for the end of the month. Today, we are going to be taking these two tractors and completing the soybean planting. I've refilled the 7810 here, so we're going to go and take that down and finish off field 14 here. The Massey, though, that's got to go back to field 1 because at the end of the last episode, if you remember, we had a very little bit of the field left to do. So that now needs to be finished off, and then we can move on to field 2. We also still have field 12B sitting there full of weeds, so I need to get this field finished and then get this 7810 out on the weeding. So we'll line this up here. We've got a fairly full tank, nearest waypoint. Hopefully we're in a good enough position and start seeding. Meanwhile, we want to get the roller started again, so that's on nearest waypoint. Started off, and that should just continue. Our little 7610 doing that. If this can finish this field quickly today, hopefully we can get onto field 1. There's still a lot of field for this to roll, though. So I think we may have to get a second roller, and I think it's going to be going into the evening for these rollers to complete today. And the final thing we need to do today to get started is our little Ford 2000. Yeah, this is a 2000, isn't it? We need to get the last bag of double top fertilizer that we have here onto the or into this so that we can get this planted. I think after this, we're probably going to have to take a run down to the shop and get this sorted. What's our tractor blocked by? It's blocked by a tree down there. So we'll get this loaded up. I'll go and sort out the 7810, and then we'll go and set this Massey going on field 1. So it really was just the tiniest amount of field 1 that needed finishing off. I'm probably going to do this, I think, myself. We've got the rollers and everything going. We do have a tractor kicking around that's unused at the moment. And that's our little Zebra. So that could very easily be used to get rolling on this field here if we picked up a set of rollers. And I don't think the rollers are overly expensive. So a second set of rollers to go with our second feeder is probably a good idea. We don't have a huge amount of fertilizer or seed in this tractor either, though. So I'm kind of thinking that we're going to need to take the Zebra up first and get some refills of stuff to get the last field done. I think we can probably get away with a single bag of seeds and a single bag of fertilizer to finish things off. For now, though, this appears to be field 1 complete. And with that all done, we can just take this around and get field 2B done. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around this way. We've got wider roads this way, and we'll be able to get this more easily around to field 2B. And it's working out quite well. As long as we can get this weeding done that we need to do today and get these fields rolled, I think we're going to be in really, really good shape going into the summer. We still need to do a lot of fertilizer spreading. We've got a fair amount of that needs doing to sort our fields out, and we're going to try and get the crop sensors onto the 7610 to do that. Right, let's bring this. Do I bring this into this position here, or should we go for the bottom corner? I'm going to go for the bottom corner, actually. I think that's a better place for us to get this started from. Looks like our seeder is almost onto the headlands, which is good. That does have more seeds in it than this tractor did. So that is very, very good news. And then I think we're going to have to redefine this. So clear that. Start this course set up. And yes, we've still got field 2B and field 2C. So I'm going to close the course generator. come here. We will select that if I can. So I need to, yeah, there we go. I think I can deselect my tractor. Select this. I want to delete that custom field, yes, and delete that custom field, yes. And then we're going to define a new one over here. So draw custom field, that corner, and you can see there are points at which we are probably best to create these. So here I need to go around the corner a little bit. This goes down to there, and then this one here is just a really weird shape going up that side. But that seems to have sorted it, so save that. Yes. Select it, rename it to 2B. Like so. And then I'm going to go and edit it. So there's a few little changes and things we need to make to fix it. For the most part, though, looking at this, we're not too bad. We're doing okay. There's, yeah, it's out a little bit wide here, so I'll have to adjust all that. These bits here seem to be fairly good. We're fairly good down that side there. A little bit of adjustment needed there. A lot of adjustment needed there. A little bit of adjustment into the corner. And otherwise, yeah, that's pretty spot on. So I'll get this adjusted and then we can get our seeder going. And so after a little bit of work, I have managed to adjust everything around the edge of the field to be in position. I'm actually looking at this at the moment, and our 7810 is currently on the headland. I'm kind of wondering if we're better off going and doing this field with the other seeder, just because it would get the whole thing done quicker. So what I'm going to do is to back this up here, unload the existing seed and fertilizer we've got from this, and then I think we'll take this back to the yard and be done with this piece of kit. Should be able to disconnect. And then we can take this seeder back to the yard actually with the 7810. And that should do that quite nicely. Oh, that's in completely the wrong place. I've got to connect up the various sort of lift this up, fold the wheels down, do all of that kind of thing to put this away. So let's move this to here, give myself enough space, and then we can grab the 3-point and put it onto the back of this. I believe it's hiding in here. Yeah, there it is. I had brought it up here so that it made things easier. So we'll put our 3-point there. Connect that up. There we are. And then by the time we've sorted this and had a play around, we should have a seeder ready to go. Although it's the other side of the field, it needs refilling. Refilling with what? It's out of fertilizer. Absolutely fantastic. So we'll back this up slightly. We'll grab the bag of fertilizer we've got that we've just unloaded and head back down here. This definitely needs, we're going to have to go and get a refill of both fertilizer and seed to get through today. So I will take the zebra out for that in a bit. We need to open up the fertilizer compartment and load this in there like that. And then once that's done, yep, nearest waypoint, away we go. Oh, actually, close that up first, like that, and then otherwise that's going to just be sitting there open the whole way around the rest of this field. And yeah, hopefully that won't be too long before that's finished. So now I am back to sorting this out. We want to lift up that at the back. Fold the seeder. There we are. And then disconnect that like so. Oh yeah, we'll be able to fold up the tow bar once we hook up the other end. I do wish this worked slightly differently, this seeder. I'd like the main drawbar, that to fold up and down with the transport wheels. I can't see any reason why you would ever want the transport wheels in their folded position, or folded down position, and the tow bar or the drawbar not. So let's, yeah, that goes up like this, like so. There we go, and that there, and then we can get this out the way. Just in time for the 7810 actually to get here. So what I'm going to do is actually drop this down, disconnect this all off, and the 7810 can take this back to the yard while we get our Massey here started with what seeds that are left. We can get that going on the next field and hopefully get that job done quicker as a result. It's all about how fast we can get through things now today. But the 7810 here, this needs to go back to our farm. We need to sort it out ready for doing the weeds, and then we will be getting nicely ahead. And we need to address the fact that we still have quite a bit to roll around here as well. So back this up, put this on our case seeder, which is slightly larger. There we are. So we've still got 424 litres of seeds and 323 litres of fertilizer. Those are not going to go very far. So, of course, got our new field to be here. So let's go. Yep, 5.3. Yep, I'm liking all of that. Generate that. Starting at the top there. Looking pretty good. Right, and we can go automatic application rates. Let's check we've got those. Activate automatic application rate because we've got the right tractor for it now. And we've got the automatic seeder rate. So this, yeah, this is just going to burn through this as well. And it looks like actually the middle of my field doesn't have any field data. So, oh God, do I need to scan that before we start? It'll have to not be scanned this year because we do not have time to do that. So away we go. And hopefully it's not going to cause us too much of an issue. I want to get this all cleaned up quickly before we go and put it away. Spend just a few seconds to do that. I didn't realize that I hadn't. Well, I must have scanned those fields after I had originally got them separated. Now, because we can't use a scanner on here, well, we could use a scanner with the Massey now. We've got a modern enough tractor to use the scanner on, but of course that is busy doing the seeding. I mean, it wouldn't be doing the seeding if we were scanning anyway, but I just, yeah, we don't have the time at the moment with the turnaround we've got today to do that. That's that done. Let's go put the seeder away and get the weeder or our hoe out from here. So seeder can go in the end slot there where we have some space. I don't know where we're going to store our new seeder because of course it's too wide to go in this shed here. One of the nice things about this Massey Ferguson one is that it fits in here quite nicely when folded up. Disconnect that and then grab this, and we'll go and put the tires on this tractor on the way back, customize it, for some care wheels, because we can get them on this 7810. I don't think our 6810 actually has enough power to pull this weeder. I think this is something that this tractor has to do. 51 hours though. This tractor does have a lot of time on it now. So into here, we might give it a repair at the same time. Yeah, so repair that. Oh, that really takes it down. And then I don't want twin wheels. I want narrow tires on it. Customize. We've already had those on here before. Let's repair that as well. And then connect it all back up. Right. So this now is reconfigured, ready to go and sort out our weed problem that we've got out on field 12B. And then we need to go and sort our fertilizer and our seed issue. We'll bring the 7810 down to the corner of field 12B here, our new larger field, and we will create job, course play field work, open the generator. Oh no, we're not on the field enough. Right, that should do it. Create job, course play. Right, I'm gonna have to do it this way, I think. Yeah, there we go. Open close course generator and generate me a fieldwork course as it should be. Start point is down the end, stop is up here. So let's go get this started. And then our seeder, as I suspected, needs refilling. I think that's gonna have to be a trip down to the shop before we can actually get it refilled though. As I suspected, that seeder is burning through that fertilizer at an incredibly fast rate. So we need to get some more bags of fertilizer. I'm gonna get at least 2. I might try and get a 3rd. We probably need to pick up some seed as well, although we have quite a bit of seed left over from the other seeder that I didn't go and reload. So we need at least 2 bags of the double top. 3 bags is going to be 5,400, so we can't afford 3 bags. So really hoping now that 2 bags is going to be enough. Let's buy that. And I also want to grab a bag of the Anglia seeds, which is only 800. We're down to 681. Oh, no, there is one other thing I want to look at while we're here that I want to see if we can borrow for today. We have, I think we're using that. Do we have one? Yeah, we own one set of those. There are these at 6 meters. Wow. So the double hard effects are more expensive and less wide. If I go for, there we go, for the Cambridge rollers on those. And I go for the blue, the hydraulics in the white. Oh, that's a light green. White, yep. And the roller color as well for the white. That's an interesting setup for that. And rim color as well in white. Right, and to lease that is going to cost me 247. Yes, I will definitely do that. And oh, what's the horsepower requirement on that? 54. We will be absolutely fine. So grab these. Hopefully I'm in the right place. Yep. And we'll put these on the front. Hopefully without tipping our, well, the shop's little tally truck over. A little bit more this way. And down. That'll do. Trying to get that central. We really, really want to spread that weight. So we'll be able to come back with Seba in a minute. Once we've got the seeder going again. And grab these rollers. Get them going on field 1 with this little tractor. It has more than enough horsepower to run them. And yeah, that then sorts out a big problem that we have today, where we're running out of time, but we now have the rollers to double the work and hopefully get through everything. So get these down to the field here and into a position to unload them. Now around that. Get those undone. That's a bag of seeds we got there. How many seeds we got in there? 518. So we should have more than enough seeds now. My biggest worry absolutely is, do I have enough fertilizer? If we don't, we're gonna have to borrow money to sort that, because we cannot we can not fertilize the rest of this field. That would work, but I'd rather not do that because, well, ideally we want, the less we have to go and top up around the farm, the better we'll be. So bring this round to here. We'll open this up. Nice full bag of fertilizer going in. So I think this will take all of this. I'm wondering how much seed we've got. We've still got a decent amount of seed in here, and of course this is a this field here is mostly low. In fact, no, this is all low. So this is going to be a low seed, high fertilizer usage on here. Right, there we are, and nearest waypoint. Away you go. This seed actually holds a little bit less fertilizer than the other ones, so it's probably going to be a case that we have to top it up more often. With that done, I am back down to the shop to pick up the rollers for this, and we can go and get this started on field 1. It is 2:15 in the afternoon, so I am hoping that the extra width on the rollers we borrowed here are going to actually do the trick and get things working a little bit faster. This zebra, as I said, is perfectly capable of doing this, so we'll it should blast through that field. And as I said many times before, I'm so pleased I kept hold of that Ford 2000, because when we're really crunch time like this, having another tractor around is just such a great help. So bring this round to field 1, get ourselves lined up. So first waypoint course, we want to do field 1, 2 headlands as normal, single tool 6 meter, generate me a field work course. That is looking pretty good, although it's doing headland first, so just adjust. Yeah, there we are. Again, it's starting in this corner here. I don't know why. I think it was the manure spreader did a really weird setup for when we were on here. But this one seems to be working all right. Unfold. Yep, there we go. And once those have unfolded, we'll set this off, and then I'm going to go and see why the 7610 is blocked again. Is that way? That is a way. Yeah, the 7610 has been spending a lot of time in the trees towards the end of rolling this field. So I really, really need it to get out of the trees so that we can finish things off here. It is very near the end of the main part of this field. So this should be finished here fairly quickly, which is good news. We just need to keep the seeder working on field 2B, because if we can do that, we can then get this roller working in that field, and we'll probably get it working a little bit behind the seeder, as we had it with this field, and then that should mean everything gets finished today. I think the level of fertilizer we're gonna need for this field is gonna be really close. I mean, stupidly close to how much we have. We've got 170 liters left in the current bag. We know that it takes less than a bag to fill this. This is down to 8 liters. So I'm actually going to stop the seeder once it's done its maneuvering here. But that's crazily close. Seeing as we're about halfway through the field on as much as we've just grabbed. I really don't know whether this is going to have enough or not. And if it doesn't, as I said, it's going to be close. It's not going to be a huge amount that we're short. So, yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting, this field. We are looking at getting it done today. We're halfway through the field, so that's good news. But, oh, that's the wrong thing. Open up the other one. There we go. We are not getting through seeds very fast. We did not need to buy the extra bag of seeds. Buying the extra bag of seeds has not stopped us buying more fertilizer. So there is at least that. We're down to £34. So we're going to have to borrow money just to keep the hired workers going. In fact, before I run out of money and all of our hired workers stop, let's borrow 5,000. And that will just keep the hired workers ticking over. But yeah, it's going to be a really close one on this field. And we still have so much to do before the end of the day as well. We haven't even started rolling this field. We've got one more circuit for the 7610 to do before that can get started on here. So that's going to have to go into the evening. I'm going to have to finish that off camera. I think that we should get this finished on camera. I think that this will complete. Oh, that's switching round. That's, yep, because this is seeds. So we'll empty those into here. These should all fit in here like that. And then we need to go and top up a bit more fertilizer. So a little bit of mucking around here, but this field is going in fairly well. Also looks like our weeder, our hoe, is doing fairly well as well. That is about halfway through the field at the moment. I don't know if that will finish before the end of the day, so that may have to go into the evening as well. It's amazing how much we've gone from on this series. From me doing pretty much everything in the early days to now running 4 tractors at the same time and just trying to manage all of that work on the farm. It's the kind of the way a farm goes as it gets bigger. You have to get hired workers to do more and more while you just try and manage them and make sure that the work that you need to get done gets done. Looking ahead and looking at my field setups, we are going to have to put extra fertilizer on field 6, 3, 2A, and 2B by the looks of things. Oh, and 14. 14 is a little bit low as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to do pretty much all of those. 2B should be fine. 1 is fine, 12 is fine, and 13 is fine. So yeah, we're looking fairly good at the moment. We just need to get a little bit of a top of fertilizer on those fields, which is always fun. 7610 here is coming up to the end of field 14. It's 10 past 5, so yeah, this is going to be running into the night, this tractor, to get its rolling done, but that's fine. We'll be absolutely fine with that. Let's let that finish off here. Should reach the end of the field and then pick up, I think. Come on, there we go, finished work. So yeah, that's lifting up. Don't want you to fold. Yeah, don't fold. And we'll bring this into this corner here and get this going on field 12B. Now, it's not got a huge amount of fuel, but I'm hoping it's enough. Clear that out. First waypoint, new course. And generate me a fieldwork course. Starting top corner there. That should be absolutely perfect. Slightly less wide this, so I'm hoping that's not going to cause me too much issues, or too many issues I should say. Let's get our indicators back on. And is there going to be more of an overlap? Yes, but I think we'll be all right. So let's bring this up here. Bring it back a little bit and start it going. And yeah, with only like that, we'll just now roll over the edge and keep things going. And then by the time it comes to the headlands, I think we'll be all right. So again, our seeder is running out of fertilizer. We're still at 50% on this, on actual on seeds, which is insane. So let's switch over to that. And then I've got the last 348 litres of fertilizer here. We can go and get some more, although we'll have to do it with this tractor, which is going to be a huge pain. But it should still be able to do it. There we are. How much has that given our seeder? Is it enough? Let's close that. 41%. I don't think that's going to be enough. I think we're still going to be short to the end of this field. So I'm going to hedge my bets a bit. I think we're going to head down to the shop. We're going to grab one more bag of fertilizer, as I surmised when we first went down there. And then we know we'll have enough. So one more bag of the double top on the top. And that should definitely do us for today. Yeah. I was very busy trying to avoid borrowing more money, whereas I ended up having to anyway. Let's get this back down to the field, and this should be enough to get us all finished off. And as I expected, the seeder is out of fertilizer on the second to last row. It's made it about halfway round nearly, maybe a third of the way round before it's actually run out. So we need to refill that. Our 7610 is showing signs of wear and tear. It's just dropped below the 50% mark and needs to be repaired. I'm going to keep it going though, because yeah, just below 50% is not enough for a concern. As long as it doesn't break down lots, we just have to keep restarting it occasionally. So that can go. And now that this is refilled, we can get this going again. So let's do that. This is getting low on fuel, but not horribly low. So away you go. So that's off again. And the extra set of rollers we got for field 1 are all done. So that's good news. What I'm going to do then is just return these straight from the field, because we don't need these anymore now. We've got one more field to roll, and that is in progress. So rollers, we will return those. Yes. Okay. And this can head back to the barn. And then, yeah, it's just concentrating on field 2B to get that field finished off. Our weeder isn't far from finishing as well. That's just making its way down to get the headlands done. So that's just got to go round the field a couple of times. So that will definitely be done today. While our seeder here is coming home on the final row it has to finish things off, and mean that our seeding for this year is all done and dusted. We have got all of our fields seeded. We've gone way into the evening on this final one, but it is here and it is done. We've just got this field to roll. That is all that's left now, is that this field here needs rolling in, and we'll leave the 7810 going into that overnight. I'm really pleased. We've got a long way. We've got a lot of seeding. We've got a lot of weeding to do, and a lot of fertilizing to do over the next month. June is going to be very busy for making sure all of our crops are absolutely ready for harvest in a couple of months' time. Yesterday, we got the last of the soybeans planted, and we got the remaining canola weeded. So today, we've got to weed the soybeans. We need to up the fertilizer status on most of our fields. But first, we need to hook up to this trailer here, load up some pigs, and get some extra money in. Because, as you can see, we are minus 1,903. So we need to get some money in, get the pigs paying for things again, and then we'll be able to get things moving on the farm. And we've got lots of pigs actually available to us today. We've got it's a really high number of them. Let's get this open and load these up. So if we have a look around down here, we have lots and lots of pigs. So we got a load of them at 1,200, which is the maximum price. If I have a look out here for the animals, and we have a look there, you can see they've all just reproduced as well. So they're at 21 months old and 29 months old. They are at the absolute, oh no, in fact, sorry, here. So we're looking at the 29 months olds. They have just reproduced. So we've got a whole load of piglets kicking around here somewhere, I think. But yes, so we got 16 there at that, 16 at that. That's 32. We've got another set of them somewhere down here. Here we go. So that's 48. And where else have we got? I think we had another set. Yep. And 3 more sets down here at the bottom, which are at 25 months. All at the reproduction 0. So we're looking at nearly 100 pigs to sell off today. Let's get the first lot loaded up, and we should be all right in sets of 16. So we should have about 6 trips today in order to sell them off. Yes, we want to move those to the trailer. Okay, back. And the fact that they have just reproduced and that we've got some piglets here somewhere is perfect. It means that we are selling them at the optimum time we can sell them, when they've already replaced themselves. So in we come with the first set of pigs, and these should be worth about 20,000. I think just doing 1 load of these should be able to get the rest of the stuff working on the farm today. We're also going to have to do something else on the way back. This tractor is really low on fuel. I couldn't refill it because we weren't in a position where we could get any DEF at the shop. So what I want to do is get this all, get these sold. Let's unfold the back, and then we will be able to get some DEF in our tractor. There we go, 1,200 each, 16 of them to sell, 19,200 in total. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, this is going to be worth a lot of money, the pigs today. And I'm very, very pleased that they've come along and are ready at exactly the point we need, really. Right, let's fold up the back like so. And then we can head off and head back up to the farm. We're going to stop off at the shop and grab some DEF for our tractor first. So we'll sneak here into the shop on our way. And just stop there. Head over to here and into the shop. good chance to check out what is in the sales today as well. And to be honest, nothing really with that we need. We've got a manure spreader already, and we don't need a grape tractor or a vineyard tractor really. So let's head into here, and under pallets, I think it is, we should be able to get some DEF. Yeah, there we are. DEF canister is only 30. I am going to get the 50-litre capacity because we don't have a DEF tank on the farm, and we don't really have use for a DEF tank on the farm. We only have one tractor that takes it at the moment. So let's buy that for 82. Okay, and with that purchase, we'll just bring the tractor round to fill it up. So it's round here. Oh, can I get close? I can't really get... No, I can't get close to this without hitting our new trailer. So we'll pull out, and we'll have to bring it to us to get it to fill up. Turn off our tractor. Grab our canister. And this is going to take a little while for this to fill up. It's they're always pretty slow, these. Yeah, there we go. So we're filling out of the canister. And while that's filling up, I want to have a look at the state of our farm. Now, the two things I said that we needed to do today. One was weeding, and you can see that our 3 soybean sorghum fields that we planted last time, those are absolutely jam-packed with weeds at the moment. So what I want to do is get these 3 fields weeded today, and we're going to set the 7810 doing that pretty much as soon as we get back to the farm. The other thing we need to have a look at is the nitrogen levels on our farm. You can see here that field 12B is okay, but other field 12B, field 1, and field 2 seem to be okay. Pretty much everywhere else needs some sort of top up on the nitrogen side of things. So what we're going to do is we are going to get the crop sensors onto the 7610 and then get our little spreader onto that and get that going around and doing the fields. We're going to concentrate on the fields that we have that are on the lower end and are more likely to need harvesting first. So the winter wheat will be first up, and hopefully we can clear all of those off before they are ready to be harvested in about a month's time. There we go. The DEF is done. I'm just going to put this by the side of... In fact, I'm going to put this in the Stuart trailer because we've got to come and collect that. So that'll go into there. I am absolutely going to forget that that DEF is in that trailer. I know that's pretty much guaranteed. And then the second thing I need to do is refill with fuel. So let's stop the tractor here. Yep, refill the Massey. We got 1,500 litres in the petrol tank, so that's good news. And that's taken 280 litres of that. While I'm here, this is our 7610. It's what we're going to be using to do the extra nitrogen in a bit to do the fertilizer spreading. So we want to fill that up as well. And that's going to need to go into our workshop once we've done our second load of pigs to have the crop sensors added onto it. I don't see a reason to put that on anything else. Our 7810 is a bit long in the tooth. It's got a lot of hours on it, and so I don't want to put it onto that. And the 7610 is pretty much perfect for that job. So let's open this up. We'll go and put some more pigs in here. So like... it's... I was too close to the trailer and it was putting the bits across. The belts across. Right, 16 pigs, move them to trailer. Yes, okay. That's pretty perfect. Those are ready to go. Before I do that, though, I want to get this tractor up and running. We're going to need to refuel this as well. Looking at it, it's only got about a third to a quarter of a tank in it. So refill that, get it close enough to do it. Shouldn't take too much into this, I think. Yeah, 148 litres. And yeah, you can see 52.5 hours on the 7810 here. That is a lot more than we've got on our 6810. Yeah, it's 43 hours on that. These two Fords have been serving us very, very well on this farm. I'm loving having them still around, and they're doing a fantastic job of all of the sort of the menial tasks around here. And the first field we want to get started on today is this one here, field 14. So we'll bring it in to the side. We'll clear off the current course, bring up a new course, and yep, that should do it. So generate like so. And it's going to start up at this end and finish where we are. So I'll go and put this starting, and then we can go and sell some more of the pigs. All unfolded and up at our start point. Let's go. And that then is the weeds being cleared from this field here. Second set of pigs arriving at the livestock market. So we're expecting another 19,000 odd off these. Back them up. Open the trailer. And let them out. There we go. Double click on that. Sell those. Another 19,200 in our pocket. Yeah, once you get into the pigs, they really, really start to pay off. And with the second load done, we can get our 7610 upgraded. So let's bring it over to the workshop here and customize it. We need to repair that first. Customize it, and we can now add onto here the Isaria Pro compacts onto the windows. This will now allow us to do an exact increase in our nitrogen levels on here. So we'll customize that. It's going to cost 14,950. Perfect. Right. So with that upgraded, we can now get the fertilizer spreader on the back of it. Oh, I just want to check the wheels that we've got on it quickly. What we really need are narrows. Yes, we do have narrows on it. That's good news. So let's reverse this up. And then around the other side of our buildings over here, we should have some stuff. I've had to put the cedar, the case cedar, as you can see over there. It just will not fit in these sheds. So, yeah, there's not much we can do about that. It's going to have to sit there for now until I can clear some shed space somewhere else, maybe. Hook this up. See, this tractor is perfect for this piece of kit. And then we should have some fertilizer kicking around here somewhere. What's in our fertilizer shed? Yeah, there's our little Ford already sorted with this. Our proper little yard tractor this now. It's come into its own in the last few videos and just really been useful. We've only got 570 litres, so I think after we've done the next set of pigs, we're going to have to come back and buy ourselves some more fertilizer. So I think to do that, we're probably going to use the Zebra. And wow, that really has not filled that up very much at all. Right, where are we going to set this off? So looking at our crops, I reckon this is either going to be 12A or 6 that we need to start at. 13 was spring wheat. Let's have a look at the progress. Yep, 12A and 6 are definitely going to be ready next month, as is 2A. I think 2A must be canola then. Yes, it is. So, yeah, we need to start on 12A and 6. 12A requires a less increase in nitrogen. So what we'll do is we'll start it on 12A, And that way it will go a little bit further with what we've got here and give us a little bit more time to go and buy the extra fertilizer we need. So down to here, and this is why we got the care wheels on. Otherwise we would be destroying crop, which we are not doing. Perfect. Let's set up a course on this field. So 12A, 2 headlands. Yep, perfect. Generate me a course. It's going to start over there, although this is one of those things where it's a little bit weird because it goes on that line and not that line. So what I'm going to do is go manual 90 degrees, generate it based on that, and that then gives us a straighter course over there. The other thing I need to do before this starts is we need to turn on the crop sensor. So Alt B for that. So with everything turned on, we've got the crop sensor on. We want to get the automatic application rate on, which we have got on. Let's get this started then. So over to the bottom corner of the field and we'll get it going. And you can see from the automatic application rate as we drive across this field, it is not a huge amount that's going to be needed on most of it. 65 kilograms per hectare seems to be about what we've got. So let's start it there. And hopefully this won't get through this too fast. Because what I want to do next is hook the zebra here up to our trailer. We will drop off the front here. So, yeah, drop that off. And that can then take that over from this. I don't want to run this little tractor too much. I mean, this is an antique, and we really only run it on the farm when we've run out of tractors and need to have something else working to keep us going. While we were really busy during the seeding, that was a thing that came in so handy. Now that we're past that, we can have just the zebra doing those jobs, which is really why this tractor is on the farm. So let's bring this round, and I'm going to go and pick up 4 bags of fertilizer for now. I think that should probably do us, and it's going to cost us nearly 10,000 to do that. So let's get this pallets. I know we want big bags. We want the double top, which is what we've been using. We want 4 bags of it for 7,280. So actually less than 8,000 in total. And then we can go and get that onto our trailer. What I actually also want to do, if we can get on top of our Stuart here. Oh, we might have to jump on the bags for this. Yeah, there we go. Oh, jumped over the trailer. Right, there we go. And in. There we are. We'll get this out as well before we forget that this exists. And that can go on the front of here. We'll just put that there and strap that down. And then we'll put our 4 bags over the wheels, will be the idea. And this trailer is so much better balanced than our one that we've got, the Johnston trailer. The wheel on it is much more in the middle. We are actually fairly rear heavy with this, but you can see even there, this isn't lifting the whole tractor up. We've still got a lot of control here. So yeah, I really like this trailer. It works absolutely brilliantly for what we need it. With fertilizer purchased, we can now head down here for our 3rd sell-off of pigs. Another 19,200 in. So let's just unload these here. Oh, no, back of the trailer's not come out. There we go. And unload our Berkshires. So sell those off. 19,200 there. And we need to head up back to the farm and check on the status of the fertilizer spreader. because I think that's probably going to need refilling soon. Yep, completely out of fertilizer. So let's take this out the field, and it looks like it's on the last run around the field. Looks like it's on the last headland. So that has actually gone really far on here with that. The state of this field is going to be brilliant. And so we'll bring it up here and just park it over the other side. I want to unstrap all of those, drop that off, and yeah, there's enough weight on the front of this trailer to offset the stuff hanging on the back, which is really, really good. As I said, really well balanced trailer, this one. So collect that up there, and this will take, actually this will take nearly 2 bags of this. So we might have to go and buy more later, but I'd rather hedge my bets a little bit and only use what I need to. So we'll put 1,000 litres into here. That will be enough to finish this field and possibly start on the next one. I mean, it only had 400 litres that it needed to, 500 litres when we did this field, and that was enough to cover almost all this field. I think we're going to do pretty well with the other fields we got, although the next one is field 6, so I'm going to fully load this up before we head out over there and get field 6 done. It didn't take long for this to reach the end of the field, so let's move this out the way and get it refilled. We've still got 971 litres in here, so it only took, 30 odd litres to finish that field off. Now I'm going to clear the current course off here. We want to bring this over here. Fuel-wise, we're good. So all I want to do is grab that other rear bag off there, and this should take the majority of it. Field 6 is in a really bad way. I mean, it's got very little nitrogen on it, so it's going to need quite a bit of topping up. I'm very much hoping that this is going to be enough to do it. It should be, based on the last field, having 1,700 litres in here should be more than enough to get field 6 done. So that's filled up. We got 300 litres still in here, which is what I expected. And yeah, 1,650 litres. I thought this held 1,700. No, it holds 1,650, but that should be enough to get this field done. This 7810 is perfect for this job. I mean, we're able to just put this on the back, go round, get these fields done, and it just works so well. Let's generate a course here for field 6. It's behind the screen. Right, I want longest edge, and everything else is good. Generate me a course, and if I take this off, you guys can then see the course that we've got generated. So let's head to the bottom corner over here. Shouldn't drive through all the crop like this. That's not good for it. So let's get that there. Run down the edge here, and that means that we're not running all over the crop. And our start point is right down at the bottom here. So we'll head straight in here, and first waypoint, away we go. And is that actually, yep, we are actually spreading. It's not having to spread too much though. That should be okay for a while now, and we can get back to selling some pigs. This is our 4th load coming into the animal market now, and we're expecting a 19,200 pound for these. So drop our trailer open, come up here, unload the German Landris set that we got in here, another 16, 19,200, sell, yes. Right, I think we have just 2 more loads of these pigs to go. One of the big advantages of selling off pigs right now is the fact that we're low on pig food. I mean, we don't have a massive amount of pig food here. Here we go. Yeah, we've got 2 more loads to go. So let's load up the Berkshires like that. Okay. Yeah, there's not a massive amount of pig food that we've got left in here. So that's getting lower. And if we look in our productions as well, we can see that our food production, we possibly could output a bit. I know, in fact, yeah, we're fairly low on all of these, but I might output some more pig food, I think. So we want to do it from the sorghum. Let's activate that. We'll output the rest of this pig food here. I want to turn off my lime production. Our materials missing. We don't have, there we go. We don't have any barley, so deactivate that. So yeah, we're low on pig food at the moment. Until we do a harvest, we can't really recoup it. So selling off the pigs that we can sell now also reduces our chance that we will have to buy pig food to keep the pigs fed before we get through harvest and get some more pig feed in for them. Load 5 of the pigs down to the animal market. Back it up and get it unloaded. Here we go. And unload the Berkshires, sell them for 19,200. I'd really like to get a header for our combine. I'm still hoping one is going to turn up in the sales. If one turns up in the sales, that would be fantastic. We will probably end up leasing one going into harvest. I don't want to use all of my money on getting a brand new header for our secondhand combine. So yeah, we're keeping an eye out for that. And if one doesn't appear before harvest next month, what we'll do is end up leasing one and keeping that going, maybe with the hope that one will turn up. And the 7610 has blazed through field 6. We've still got 600 litres left, so it's used less than 1,000 litres to top up field 6. Absolutely brilliant. What we'll do now then is we'll get this back down to the farm and go and sort out field 2A, which is also looking fairly close to harvest, and also in need of topping up with some extra nitrogen. On my way past, I'm just gonna pull up here and get the rest of that current big bag that we've got on the front of the Zebra. We'll load that up onto here as well. To get 3 fields done with this fertilizer today, that would be huge. That'd be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, back that off, drop that down, and over to field 2A we go. And right in front of us, a nice clean looking field of canola. So we'll set up a course play course on it. Yep. So generate me a course. Again, that's not too bad actually. That's fairly straight. So bring this out, and it's just over here, our start point. First waypoint is there. Line us up, and away it goes. And so our final load of pigs for today comes up to the animal market. We should be able to get these sold and back to the farm. It looks like one of our tractors has finished work as well. I'd be amazed if that is immediately the fertilizer spreader on field 2. I reckon that's probably our weeder, which is very good news, because that means that's knocked out field 14 today. Let's sell the last of our pigs that we have for today. Perfect. That leaves us with these pigs here. Interestingly, none of these are piglets, so none of them are newborns, but we do have several that are getting fairly close to reproducing, which is very good news. So those will replenish our pigs in the next month or so, which is exactly what we need now that we've made well over 100,000 today off the pigs. We're up to just shy of 90,000, and we've spent about 30,000. So that is all really good news. So yep, it is the weeder that has finished. So that's done on field 14. We've still got field 2B in front of us there. That'll need doing tomorrow, as will field 1. So we'll take this back to the farm and park it up for the night. But that is really good news. We should have all the weeds gone by the end of the month. And the spreader has finished as well. So that's 3 fields that this tractor has got done today. And we still have 500 litres left in the back of this. That's brilliant. I'm going to put this, though, in the shed because we've got rain on the way overnight. And we don't want this getting all wet. And then being useless. Yeah, we don't want our fertilizer getting all wet. Let's turn off the beacons on here. And there we go. That has been a really productive and really profitable day on the farm. We have got 1 field weeded. We've got 3 fields fertilized. And we've sold off all of our pigs that have come of age. Tomorrow, a little bit more of the same. We're going to be doing some more fertilizing and some more weeding. Yesterday, we got a lot of the fields that we still needed to get fertilized. We also got field 14 ahead of us here. We got that weeded. We've still got field 2A or 2B here to weed today. So we're going to set that up in a moment. And we have field 3 and field 1 to get, field 3 and field 2B here to get fertilized as well. So let's kick this off with this field here, and we want to clear off the existing course and set up a new one. Field 2B, so we've got a new one here. Generate a course for that, and this one we're going to do manually rather than longest edge. We'll get that to 90 degrees so that everything is sitting right. Actually, no, we're gonna do it this way. Generate that. There we go. And that fits just a little bit better into the space. And take this up to the top end of the field. Let's unfold our weeder or our hoe that we've got on here and bring it up to the top here. This will be the first year that we have all of our fields weed free if we can get these last 2 fields done. So I'm really looking forward to having a first successful year where we have no weeds kicking around at all. The second job we need to do today is spread some more fertilizer, and we're going to do this manually. I want to give a try having this tractor set up with this and running over the fields I need to do. So let's pop into here. We've got a bag of the double top ready to go on the front of the Zebra here. We'll top this up. We should end up with a full spreader from this, I think. So bring that round and load it up. And it's going to take all of this bag. I think that'll be enough. We've got another bag left, so I think that's going to be enough for today. Let's just take this then and head off. And just quickly want to check which fields are going to be the ones we need to cover today. So we've done 12, all of field 12, both 12A and B. Field 13 is actually at the same level as field 12, I think. Let's have a look. Yes, there we go. 160 kilograms per hectare, which is our target amount. Fields that aren't at that. Field 2 can go up a bit more because it's loam. Field 1 can go up a bit more because it's loam as well. And field 3 is so very, very patchy. And field 14. So, yeah, we've got a few fields still to get covered. The ones that are higher priority are those that are going to be ready to harvest first. So let's just pop through here and have a look. So field 3 is the darkest. After that, pretty much any field that we want to have a go at. So after that, I think it's a case of going for the for anything that's not sorghum after that, because the sorghum is going to be the one that is the last to get done. So bring this into the field here. And then we want to check that we've got the automatic application rate on. We want to turn on the crop sensor. And yeah, that should do it. So start her up. And away we go. And we could now see that going across the field there and doing this really, really nicely. This is so great. We are going to actually have a really good level of fertilizer on all of our fields this year as well. And I couldn't be happier. The level of fertilizer being used is not very high at all. I mean, this is literally a top up. And this is why I went round and tried to get as much manure and slurry around the farm as well. Because it meant that we were able to then put less on while we were doing the actual seeding. And then when it came to finally sort of topping things up at the end, we just use a little bit to finish things off. But not so much that we're using, you know, piles and piles of it, and just perfecting the amount that we need to get on these fields. There we go. Spreading that again, and yeah, look at that. That is a beautiful sight to behold as we get the amount that we want on this field. And just finish up the top end here, and that is field 3 done, and we still have 81% in our spreader. So let's take our roadway through the trees here. And we'll head up, and I think we're going to need to take on field 14 next. It's a massive, massive field, but it needs doing. Let's just have a look. What have we got? So field 14, of course, is sorghum. So if I have anything other than 1, 2B, or 14 that needs doing, we'll check that. Nothing else is really close to needing doing. Yeah, nitrogen levels everywhere are pretty good, except for field 14 at this point. So it is just our 3 sorghum fields that are left. One needs, the sorghum fields all should be up to that. You can see the dark blue of the 200 should be applied to all of those. Field 14, I think, is mainly silty clay, though. Yes. So, but there is a swath across the field there that's loam. So we need to go and get those 3 sorghum fields done. And that's brilliant. If that is all we have left to do, it's going to be perfect. I do worry a little bit with how much we've got to do and how much fertilizer we've got left kicking around. Oh, I also need to clear this lime up at some point. But here, I'm going to go around the edge first, and we'll see how far we get with this. Oh, it's not needing a huge increase. So that's really good news straight off the off. We should have plenty to go around this field. Quite nice. This should be a fairly calm day before we get into quite a mad harvest next month. We've got, well, 9 fields to do. We've got 1 harvester. We don't have a header yet, but the larger header for the combine is actually well within our within the amount of money that we have. As I said, though, I think I'm going to lease it for now. We have lease to buy. We can end up buying it after the harvest is done and we've sold all of these crops. So I'm very interested in just leasing the harvester for now, or the header for the harvester for now, and seeing how we do. But the larger header is definitely going to be the way to go, considering that we sold 2 harvesters in order to get the new one for this year. So I want to get that sorted very quickly next time, and get into whichever wheat field I can. Probably field 6. If I can target field 6 early on and get it out of the way, it'll be out of our way and sorted fairly quickly. So that will be a very good thing for us to sort and get done. We've got, I can't see, there's my other tractor. It's going behind the pillar. I couldn't see the other tractor for a bit, but it's all right. We're down to 68% on here. We are using a little bit in this area. So we've got, we're up to 40 kilograms per hectare through the loamy bit of this field. So that's being a little bit heavier on the use. Otherwise, it is a fairly small top up. So this is good. This is really, really good. One thing I should note is that we're going to go up to about episode 100 on this series. We've got court farms on the way, and if you're a patron, there's currently a vote up on there as to which brand of equipment we should feature on that series. But that is my plan, is that when court farm comes out, we will be replacing this series with a new start from scratch series on there. We should reach at least episode 100 on here. So we'll get this year's harvest done. We will probably get started on sorting crops for the next year, but only insofar as I want to get to the point where we sell everything off and see how much money we make. See how much of our loan that we have on here that we can pay off. We've already pretty much got what we targeted on this series, and that was to get all of this farmland that we have now, to be able to buy that and get set up on here. I did originally want to get the stuff the other side of the river as well, but I actually think that that isn't overly viable with the setup we have on here. So yeah, I am very happy already with how much we've got. It's a case now of how much can we pay off on this farm, and see where it is gets left for its future modernization. I'm just over halfway through this field and our levels are really good. We're at 47%, so we haven't used half of what we've got on this spreader. Yeah, it's going really, really well. I'm looking at the weeder as well, running in the field over the other side, and that's going along well. It's got about halfway through the field 2, so that has got to head off to field 1 afterwards and get that done as well. Once that has cleared field 2B, we'll be able to get on there with this and get that covered as well. I think we've got plenty of time. This is one of those days where we've managed to get ahead of ourselves. We've managed to get ourselves in a really good position. And the result of that is that we are just having to finish off the jobs and nice and calmly go into the next day. What we might do today is go and grab that new Stuart trailer that we've got. That's been sitting at the shop for a little while, and we're going to need that tomorrow. And we shouldn't really have left it sitting there as long as we have. So I need to go and collect that as well. And we just really need to get prepared for harvest. As I said, I'm not going to buy the header. I am very tempted, though, to go and get it leased today so that we can hit the ground running next time and get ourselves going as quickly as possible. We have essentially 6 days, I think it is, to get 9 fields done. No, we've got 9 days. We've got 9 days to get 9 fields done. So, yeah, that is going to be quite a push to get all of these fields done, especially considering the size of some of them now. We've had 9 fields before, but this is going to be a whole new ball game to get these done. We will have we'll be at the mercy of the weather, of course. 9 clear days. That's going to be quite a push for everything to stay dry as well. The last little section of this field, finishing things up. And there we go. We are done here on field 14. We've still got 36% left. And our nitrogen coverage, yeah, now looking much better. So we want to go, and it's really weird. That, oh, I know why those are darker compared to that. That's been recently scanned. Same with that, yeah. So that 13's been recently scanned. That's why 160 looks a lot lighter on 13 than it does on 12 or 14. Because, yeah, it's a recent scan. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go top this up, and hopefully by the time we've got this topped up, our weeder will be ready to move fields. And we've got a single bag of double top. It's going to be more than enough to get this job finished. We actually ended up estimating the amount of fertilizer I need. Pretty spot on for once, without overspending. So I'm very, very happy. Well, that is as long as we use 603 litres that we still have sitting in this. Is this going to all go in here? Yes, just. Oh, wow. Yeah, that has been worked out pretty well, to be honest. We'll close that. We got 3 crates of potatoes in there as well. I need to put those into the pig feed mixer at some point, because those will be very, very useful for that. This is back up to 97%. Unless we have a massive amount of fertilizer we need to put on these fields, we're going to have more than enough to get this finished. And looks like our timing is pretty much perfect. I think as we get to the bottom here, the other tractor is finishing. Not quite. It's still doing the headlands. So, yeah, it'll need to go around quickly, do those, and then we will we'll be able to swap things over. While I'm waiting for the weeder to finish, we might as well get another job out of the way. And I've got the Massey Ferguson here, and we'll just pop up to the shop and get ourselves hooked up to the trailer, get that out of here. I'm not 100% sure which tractor to use on this trailer. I mean, this Massey would easily pull it, but I don't want to throw too many hours on it. I mean, this tractor is going to be something we use for a good long while, or would be using for a good long while. Whereas the 7810, which is the tractor I think I might use on it, that has a few more hours on it. Let's just check in here quickly. There's no sale items for once, which is a little bit odd. Let's just have a look in here at our harvesters, and I'll show you the header that I want to get. So there's the 320 25-foot Terraflex or the 350 28-foot Terraflex. We're going to go through the 28-foot. It's 8.5 meters, and we'll do everything we need at that size. Leasing cost of that is only going to be 2,448 with, yeah, a decent amount paid off each day. So I think that is going to be a good way to go. It will preserve our money, and it will allow us as well to just keep to keep paying that off and keep going with that. So I think that will be a good way to go with that. And then if one does turn up on the used market, we will be ready for it. We'll be able to get rid of the one that we've got and get the used one and save ourselves a whole whack of money doing it. So we'll put this Stuart trailer away in the sheds here. So much bigger than our existing one, but will work really, really well with our new combine, which is another good reason actually to use it with this tractor. This tractor will definitely be able to pull this trailer. I'm not 100% sure of the 7810. I think we might try the 7810 on it to begin with, and then if it has problems, we could always switch it up to this. Interestingly, I've just been checking around here, and it looks like our nitrogen level might actually be perfect. We've got a slightly lower yield than expected, but that is, or yield potential than expected. But that is actually due to the fact that most of our farm, we've never properly done lime on. So that's a little bit disappointing. But I reckon if I take this up onto here and we get this started, we might not actually have to do any extra work on here. Let's start it up. Yeah, look at that. That does not need any extra. Oh no, it can take a little bit. Yeah, an extra 10 kilograms per hectare is all it needs. It doesn't seem to be changing the color of the field much at all. But it is making a difference. It is doing something. So with our other tractor going around and just finishing off the headlands, yeah, this is why we want the crop sensors on here. It makes the smallest amount of change to this field. But it is just going to pop that yield up ever so slightly and make a difference, which hopefully will make up for our lost yield from the slightly lower than we should have pH. And as we get down to this bottom corner, the 7810 has finished. So we'll turn off our fertilizer here, stop that spreading stuff, and we'll take this tractor and we'll go and get this headed over to field 1, our last field of weeds that we have for this year, and then we can come back over here and get the fertilizing finished. Yeah, there are 54 hours on this 7810. It is definitely the oldest tractor on the farm now. It's still doing a fantastic job and isn't wearing out that quickly. Oh wow, it is going to need some repairs soon though. I think it may end up that this is its last season. Right, let's create a course though for it, and want longest edge and generate me a fieldwork course. Perfect. Starting and ending in roughly the same place. So we can get this over here, unfold it. And this should get through this field today as well. So away it goes. That's brilliant. And that means we can return to this start our spreading again. And, there we go. And, yeah, get this field finished off. There are a few places where it needs a little bit of coverage by the looks of things. But for the most part, we're doing pretty well. This is going to be much, much harder, though, to tell where I've already been and where I need to go again. There are places where you see the crop sensors actually kick in and the actual nitrogen level on the field lowers for a moment before it corrects itself. All in all, I think it's been well worth just going over this with this. It's not a massive amount that we're putting on here, but it is enough to top it up to improve things here. And in fact, if we just stop here and jump out, yeah, we are within 2% of the possible amount. And over here it says 2%. I don't know. We are trying to add just this little bit onto here. We've got a lot of the target reached, but in places we are definitely a little bit down. I don't know how much of a difference this is making. My hope is that it's making a big enough difference to warrant spending all this time doing it. Certainly it seems that it might not, but at the same time, I can't shake the feeling that us putting or exactly hitting the target of the nitrogen on here must be having a positive effect on everything. I think it's to do with the fact that I can see every so often a lighter section in the field, and this is just going to bump everything up and make sure that we are in a good space. But I believe that this is this field done, so let's turn that off and head out. And we might have to do field 1 at the same time that it's being done with the hoe, simply because it is coming up to 3:30, and I do want to get all of these jobs done today. It's really good. I'm so pleased with how everything has turned out this year. I'm just hoping that our yield and our harvest matches up. We are within 2% of our target on most fields. So that is really good news. Okay, so with the weeder or the hoe going around the middle of the field, I am going to head around the edge with this. We'll get both of these working on here. And yes, I'm fertilizing the weeds, but the weeds are very quickly going to get pulled up. And wow, this is looking pretty optimal, this field. We're not putting a huge amount of extra fertilizer on it at all. There are definite patches on here where the nitrogen is lower than we initially thought it was, and it's looking a bit patchy. So this is having a good effect. This is going to make sure that our yield is exactly what we want it to be, and maximizing everything we can out of it. Makes me very, very happy to see this finally be used and finally making a difference on the farm. We've been going with approximate amounts on a pretty regular basis for a lot of this stuff, and to have some accuracy with these crop sensors and a little bit of that modernization creeping in even on these older tractors is great. I'm very, very pleased with how well this is working. There needs to be a sort of a blue strip in the middle here with any luck. Oh no, that's the field number. That's because it's field number 1. I noticed a blue strip in the thing, but no, that is correct. We're good. So yeah, we're moving across the field fast. we will catch up to our weeder fairly quickly. I was kind of hoping it was going to get onto the headlands by the time I reach the other side of the field. It might yet do. We've still got some clear up on here to do, but this is turning out pretty well, to be honest. Coming up behind the weeder now, and that is about to hit the headlands as we are finishing off the field. Yep, we can head back to the yard with this. We'll let that get on with doing the headlands on here. But I've no doubt now that that's going to be complete today. I just want to go and check and make sure whether there's anywhere else that we need to do. Because if there is, we have the fertilizer to be able to do it. So let's take this back over here. If not, I want to get the fertilizer that we have got in here unloaded, and we can go and wash everything down. So we'll just stop here for a minute and have a look. Is there anywhere that still needs some fertilizing? I don't think there is. I think everywhere is pretty much spot on at this point. Everything seems to be maximized. As long as 160 is enough, 180, 200, and field 14, despite the fact that we've just done it for sorghum, only needs 140 kilograms on it. Everywhere that we look at it, we're good. So yeah, I'm happy. This is a good coverage. We got some spots where the data is old, so I think next year we would have had to have done a rescan of the whole farm. In fact, I think a rescan of the whole farm would have been a good idea. Get everything on the same page, and that would be perfect. So let's unload this from here. 2 bags out the way, and then we'll go and get this load, or this washed down, so that we can go and put our spreader away. I think, yeah, so if I was continuing on beyond the end of this year, I think very much making sure everything is limed. I think a good coverage of lime everywhere would kind of be a necessity. We've got a lack of lime on lots of our fields. So rescanning and reliming everything that hasn't been limed this year, I think is a good step forwards. I then think as well that we would need to maybe look at the size of our fields. I think the next expansion, the next obvious expansion, is probably field 7. Field 7 and maybe field 10. Simply because we need to move the other side of the... Well, I say we need to move the other side of the river. We have a bridge across the river down here to around field 41, 42. So the other way to expand would be to go across the river and go that way and start getting these fields here. I think 15 and 16 is way beyond anything we can handle without going and splitting those fields. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here where I think this could go beyond this year. I'd be interested in what you guys think. Where would you go next on this map? Where would you look to expand outside of the farm that we've created here? Because I think there is a lot of potential for where to go next. Or is it? Would it be time instead to concentrate on modernizing, getting new equipment, getting new tractors, and increasing the size of everything so that you could handle things like field 15 up the top there? As we come to the end of the field, though, with the 7610, we have never been in a better position on this map. I am so pleased going into this year's harvest, exactly where we are. That is brilliant. I'll take this back to the farm. We'll get this cleaned up We will be ready for the harvest. 9 days, 9 fields. Can we get it all done, and how good would our yield be? Let's find out. Today we're going to be heading down to the shop because I think it's time for the 7810 to move onwards. It's got 54.5 hours on it, and we need to I think we've got a replacement that's come up that is absolutely perfect. After that, we're going to be cracking on with the harvest. Field 6 and Field 12A are both ready to get harvested, and if we can knock those out in these couple of days, that would be absolutely perfect. So let's take this down this end here, and we will see how much we can get for our 7810 here. Into here, and it's currently worth 18,000 without repaint or repair. So let's repaint it first, yes, and repair it, yes. We can get 32,000 for it. This actually is absolutely awesome. So let's sell that, and yes, and we're over 100,000 having sold that. And that is absolutely brilliant, because overnight here has come up this, another Massey Ferguson at 6S, which is pretty perfect for our farm. Now, I'm going to reduce the 3-point that's on it. So we'll just put a 710 front weight on instead. We don't really have any front, front 3-point pieces of equipment, so there's no point in us doing that. The other thing I want to do to differentiate it from our existing 6S is make this the anniversary edition, so we'll get the grey front on that. The other thing we have here that I need to point out is that this is actually a 165, so this has 10 horsepower more than our existing one as well. So that's actually really cool. I absolutely love that that this has come up, and we're saving a massive whack of money. I think it's like 15,000 to get the slightly higher engine. So that is absolutely brilliant. I am not going to put the Isaria Pro Compact on there. We have that on the 7610, and we're not planning to get rid of that anytime soon. And we have, we're not going to put the GPS on now. We will probably put it on later. The last thing I need to do, though, is go and grab somebody from the patrons to put on our number plate. So selecting someone at random from the producer level patrons. Gareth, congratulations. I am going to put GAR for you on this number plate. So we're going front and back and type 1 and okay. So that is the setup for our brand new tractor. 64,000 means we're going to be left with about 40,000, which is perfect. So let's buy that. Yes, and I think that is the perfect addition. That Fentide deal, if we were on here a lot longer, would be awesome as well. But yeah, we really can't afford that. If that came out post-harvest, that would be brilliant. Now, while we're down here, we do need to pick up a header and a header trailer as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up my harvester and show the combinations. We want the larger Terraflex here. We don't have enough to buy this outright, so we are going to lease it. It has no options, and this is what we were going to do anyway, whether we bought this tractor or not. So we will lease that header, and I want to go in and find, so I should be able to find that header now. Combinations. And I think I'm going to get the 7030 trailer. I quite like this one instead. Where is Massey Ferguson? There we go. And rim color, I think we'll go with the white, or the silver actually. And yeah, we'll leave the number plate that we've just got on. We are not going to need the spare wheel, so let's lease that. That for 331. And there we go. Let's go and have a look. Header all loaded up onto the trailer. and ready to go. I got a Massey Ferguson red on the trailer. It's a case combine, of course. I got stuck in Massey Ferguson because of our wonderful new tractor here. So yeah, we've gone from having a very blue, very Ford-based farm, Ford New Holland-based farm, to going to a very red one where we got Massey tractors and a case combine, which is quite funny. It's amazing how things develop given long enough on a save on a particular map. And yeah, I love that we've got a little bit of a change here. So we're going to use our brand new tractor to take this header and this header trailer over to field 6. If we get field 6 knocked out today, that would be absolutely perfect. We've got basically 6 days to get 9 fields done, and as you can see, we've only got 2 fields coming up on these first 2 days. So that is going to leave us 7 fields in 4 days, which is a huge amount to get through, and going to leave us at least a field behind where we need to be at the end of these 6 days. If there is a contract on field 7 though, which is also ready to harvest, it might be worth trying to do that while we are up here. So I'm just going to bring this in here, and I think we might use our new anniversary edition tractor today. So let's go head back to the main farm and see if we can't hook things up and get things running. It could probably do with a repair as well, looking at this. As this seems to need a repair, we'll pull this into our workshop. And I was originally going to do this with my 7810 at the start of this episode. 2,655 to repair it, but that's not too bad. So we can reverse this back out of here and go and hook up to our trailer, which is just around the corner. Just in these barns here is where I think I put that trailer. Yep, there we go. And we can hook this up to here. That should work absolutely perfectly. And yeah, this will work out quite well for us. Does up our horsepower on here by another 30 HP compared to the 7810. So it's a good upgrade, and it's an inexpensive upgrade as well. So very happy with that. With my tractor and trailer down at the field, we want to get this out. Of course, our, well, new to us, Case 7150, our sole combine for this year's harvest. It's got a fairly big tank on it, but this is why we got the new Stuart trailer when it came up. Oh, this does need repairs before we get it out. One of those things which I meant to do before harvest started this year, and we didn't get around to. So let's see. 4,000. Well, our money is disappearing fast. We've still got 30,000 in the bank though, so I'm not too worried about that. We have no GPS on this. I'm very tempted if I'm going to be running it to put GPS on it. Yes. Okay, it is going to take away half of our money, but I'm going to save that in me doing the harvest myself. Let's customize this then and add GPS onto it. 15,000. Customize. Yes. I did say at the time I bought this, I was going to put GPS on it. So, happy to do that. 15,000. We are down to 15,678. Those pigs last time have really, really helped us to upgrade things on the farm. We've gone from a very 90s-centric farm to a much more modernized one now. So our case combine up to the field. Let's bring it in and line up with the header. And bring it around here. Yeah, much easier to connect on the header from this angle, where I'm looking over the end of the combine. Let's just look forwards and carefully line things up. That should do it. Connect on. And then we'll connect that up. Yeah, and everything else is connected. Just check that that turns. Yes. Brilliant. So unfold the combine. I don't think I can get through the trees there. And also, it's a little bit easier and a little bit straighter to come this way. I think we'll be able to actually get these fields baled up. One advantage of only having these 2 fields to do today means that we are going to be in a position where we're going to have a free day, and we can either do a contract with that, which is very possible, or we could go and get these fields baled and out the way nice and early and not have to worry about it later. I think we'll see how we go. For now, we do want to get some straw out of this. So hopefully this is now dropping straw, which it is. And we can get into field 6 and get this field cut. Where I want to set the GPS for this field is along this edge. So I think it's about 293. Should be about right. 292 maybe. Let's pop out cab and just check. There, that is the correct angle. 293 exactly. Right, set our first waypoint. Let it run along here for 15 meters and set our second waypoint. Do the width, check our lines, which are good. Excellent. And that means our GPS is set up as well. We're coming back round to the top end of the field, but we have hit 85% full. I'm slightly concerned I'm not going to make it to the end of the field before I have to empty. And with my auger out into the crop and not really enough space to move with the combine, this could get a little bit messy very, very fast. But no, I think we're going to be okay. We're up to 95% full. I don't think we're going to hit a full tank before the end of the field here. So that is all good. Let's lift up the header then. Spin this round. And we're going to go back into the field. Straight the other way. I want to get 2 headlands done with this. If we can do that, that will be really good. So back in here like so. And we are at 98%. 99%. Auger out. And we'll go and get the tractor and trailer. And that actually is really good. A full tank off the headland this field is very much an improvement from previous harvests on here. In fact, looking at the yield map a little while ago, it definitely seems to be better. If I can bring this under here, actually. There we are. And empty that out. We could go back and have a look at the yield map. Yeah, look at that. There is immediately a better yield running the whole way around the edge of that field. In fact, that is a 95 to 100% yield around the field compared to last year where we were 10 to 20% lower than that in various places. So really, really pleased. That has been fantastic start to our harvest season. And yeah, looks like we're going to get extra crop off here this year. Something I did want to check is if there is a harvesting contract on field 7, which there is. So what I think we'll do is we will accept the contract on there, and we can do that ourselves. We can put everything. Well, we can take everything across. The field entrance, as you can see, is just this far end down here, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get everything into that field. And yeah, as we've got the time over the next couple of days to do this, we can probably put a hired worker going on that one, and that will give us a good coverage while we get this field baled. I love the idea of that. I love getting a nearby contract done as well. if we had field 7, if that was part of the farm, we would probably put the same crop in on that field as on this field, because the big advantage to that is exactly what I'm looking to do here. Move straight from doing field 6 to doing field 7, and makes much more sense to do it that way. Coming up to the end of the second headland, and yeah, we've got a little bit less in our combine than last time. Not surprising, considering we've got a little bit less around the field. Let's lift the header and just take this last little section off. Should take us up to about 90% full. Either way, we will need to empty at the end of this headland, because we are about to cut in, and there's definitely not enough space in the combine to do a cut in. So there we go. That has got that there. Turn off the header. We'll keep the thresher going, but we are going to have to go and empty our trailer. So pack this up, and yeah, look at that. That is pretty good. It seems very, very long, our auger. I think I can probably get away with a larger header on here, because it gives us the, so that's 25 foot. That's the 28 foot. I think we could get up to, could we get the 12 meter on here? The 12 meter Massey header on here. The 12 meter case on here. Will that actually fit on this combine? That's a really good question. That would be great, because that would be double our existing combines. And I'm really, really wondering if that would be the case now. Let's have a look. How full is our trailer? 85%. Okay, let's move the combine out the way. Get that more into where we're going to be setting up. So we want this to cut in on row 4, row 5. 0, 1, 2, 3. So 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So we want to be cutting in on row 4, which is here-ish. It's going to send us a long way down this end of the field, but that's okay. Where are my lines? Okay, my lines for row 4 are over here. So we'll line this up, and then we'll take the Massey down to the farm and get it tipped. This is a slightly slower way of doing the harvest, but at the moment we've got the time. We might end up getting the courseplay running with the harvester a bit later on, and doing it slightly differently for our other fields. But while I've only got 2 fields over 2 days, well, we've got 3 fields over 2 days with doing the contract as well. I'm very interested to see if I can do 3 fields over 2 days doing things this way. We are going to have to do 4 fields over 2 days for at least one of the months during harvest. If we can incorporate field 3 during that time, that will work really in our favor, I think. But this will be the way I do this field. I think we'll go on to courseplay when we go on to field 7 and do that contract. Get that knocked out with courseplay, and then we are in a position where we can be bailing over here. We've got courseplay running field 7 over there, and that will probably take us into tomorrow. Looking at the time, it's 12:30 now. There is still a fair amount of work to do here on field 6, although this case combine is going through it fairly quickly. I am tempted, given that it wasn't overly expensive to lease this header, to lease the bigger case header and see if that fits on this combine. If it does, it's going to speed everything up, and I think will make a massive difference to us. I was going to say that each row of this field is giving me about 1/3 of a tank, but it's such an odd shaped field with such varying lengths to this part of it, it doesn't really hold true. We're going to end up on each row getting a slightly different amount. I think we will need to empty partway through the next return leg along here. So I'll bring the Massey up alongside when that happens. But you can see here we're probably going to get about a third. Coming back on the next row here, we definitely won't get a third. And coming back on the rest of the sort of triangle-shaped part of the field, we won't either. So yeah, it's a bit moot to say, oh, we're getting about a third for every run on here. For the first run and for this run, yes. For the rest of it, it's going to be less than that. And yeah, partway into this row, we are near as damn it full. So we'll bring our new Massey up alongside and get this emptied. I thought I'd put the new manual discharge, or the updated manual discharge mod in this, but it doesn't seem to have been added or be working. There we go. Yeah, this does seem to be positioned in roughly the right place, this auger. But I honestly think I can get a much bigger header on this combine. Harvester emptied. We'll put the auger back in and away we go. And we'll see how much of the rest of this field it takes to get another full tank. This is where things get a little bit sketchier around here. We've got to keep this little bit as straight as possible. Try and not pick up any of the straw, although I think that's kind of inevitable. Oh, no, not quite. Little tough there. There we go. And then same as we drop down here. So we're going to take a little bit out of the headland and then bring it across. And we can pick up our GPS course again on this side. Yeah, field 6 is a massively fiddly field. I don't think I would have bought it if it hadn't come up as an auction so early on in our playthrough on here. I think it would have been a field that I would have looked at a lot later. It has served us pretty well, and we've now worked out how to get a decent yield out of it. But yeah, and probably not have been my first choice of field, this one. It looks like we might get 2 full trailers off this field. We are coming up to our second full combine from this. And yeah, we're at 95% at the moment. So yeah, we're already over 20,000 litres from this time. So that's 40,000 litres off this field. Really good. Very happy with that. That is well, actually what I do need to work out is how many trailer fulls of this wheat we need to put into the pig feed. So whoa, let's not overrun. Let's turn the header off because we're going to have to go back to the farm and empty out. And another full combine into this should give us about 90% full, which is fine. So this trailer, actually really good trailer for this combine. It will easily hold 2 full tanks off it, which is what I look for when pairing a trailer to a combine. And yeah, that's perfect. We're never going to really hit the full status with it. I didn't look at the number of hours this tractor had before I bought it, but looking at it now, 16.9 hours. That's not bad at all. Certainly an improvement over the 54 hours we had on the 7810 that this replaces. And yeah, look at that, 90%, 21,092 litres. Looking at the mix ratios for the pigs, I'm going to put a single trailer of the wheat in. We'll put a single trailer of canola in when we come to cut that. And then we'll put 2 trailers of the sorghum in. And that should cover us at least for a bit. So let's just tip this into here. So yeah, it's slightly higher for the amount of wheat we have. Ideally, we want to be putting probably another 5,000 liters in. It's 250 liters of wheat to 200 liters of canola to 450 liters of sorghum. So yeah, if we went 25,000 liters of wheat, 20,000 liters of canola and 45,000 liters of sorghum, that would be a good mix. I'm getting down to the fiddly bit at the bottom end of the field. I think we've probably only got 2 or 3 more rows to go. It'd be really nice if this was only 5,000 liters. That would be great. It's not going to be. It's going to be more than that. But yeah, very tempting just to put this into the pig feed mixer as well. Bring us round and in. Try and preserve as much of the straw as we can. Yeah, this is just fiddly at this point. But it's been a good field. I mean, the whole thing has turned from sort of a sickly yellow to a lime green, which means that we've hit 95 to 100% yield on here, which is fantastic. I mean, getting pretty much the most we can out of this field is always, well, actually getting pretty much the most we can out of all of our fields is a good way to go. And I think this year's harvest is very much going to be along those lines. We've been more successful at getting our fields prepared this year than at any year previous. And I think it's going to show in the amount of crop that we get out. So there we are. That is done there. Let's turn off the header and the thresher and bring this over. Empty it out. And actually, that might not be that many liters in here. How much is it actually in total? 3,520. You know what? This can go in the pig feed. First, though, I want to get this combine going on field 7. I don't think with this header we can get it out of the field. I think we're going to have to... yeah, we're going to have to move everything with the tractor. It's annoying, but I think that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. Now, I think I already have some wheat in here. I don't think this was completely empty before we started this year. So, yeah, we'll tip this here. Let's just check. We have 31,000 liters of wheat in here, actually. 25,000 liters of potatoes, which is more than enough. It's canola that we're out of. We can't create any more pig food until we get at least a trailer full of canola in here. And what I want to do now is just drop this trailer off here. Get our header trailer over to field 7. Knock out that contract, or knock out the headlands of that contract today, I think, and then we should be in a place where we can get the extra 8,000 in for that and make a decent amount of money from that, and then yeah, and then turn our attention back to 12A, and we might see if we can get the bigger header for 12A. And certainly doing this contract will pay for both of our headers to try out on this combine. And then at the end of the year, we can just buy the one that fits us best. The only thing that I'm slightly worried about is maneuvering a larger header around for fields like this. Wow, this is bumpy up here. But I think we'll be all right. In fact, yeah, this is pretty good, because if I can get this header in this field, we should have... yeah, there we go. Unlock. We should have enough space to get it on without going anywhere near the crop, especially as these gates open far enough to deal with it. That is perfect. Look at that. Excellent. Right. We want to take that off there. There's enough space for everything to maneuver. We'll go hook the trailer back on and we'll bring the combine back up here. I'll line this up again with the header and connect. Connect up the PTO. Start it up. Oh, it's on slight hill, so it's caught the trailer. There we go. And this time I'm going to have to get this going with the auger sticking out of the field because, as I said, we're going to set up a course plate course on this. So, yeah, turn the header back on, turn the thresher on, header down and into the field. I've turned it so that it is chopping the straw, which is what we want. Because this being a contract, we don't have straw from contracts. Create a course. We want 2 headlands. Headland first. Sharp turn in the corners. And I want longest edge. Generate me a fieldwork course. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. So from here, we want to turn it on to the blue. There we are. And away it goes. Oh, no. Stop. Stop. First waypoint, not nearest waypoint. Otherwise, it's going to go straight in. There we are. Now we're on the right track. And it seems that Courseplay has decided that it's going to drop straw swath anyway. So there must be a way to turn that off. I think I will see if I can get that done. But we're going to get these headlands knocked out this evening, and then we will pick up next time in the main body of this field. Today we are going to be continuing with the harvest. Yesterday we did field 6 and we got that all cut and started to move on to a contract on field 7. You can see our harvester is hard at work there in field 7. It's currently up to about 25% full. So I brought our first Massey Ferguson 6S, the smaller one we have now, over to field 6. And we're going to get this field baled up while supporting the harvester in field 7. So let's unfold the back of this. Like so, and that will come out there. This is our old John Deere baler, which works really nicely still. Is absolutely great. It's got a few hours on it now, and it's obviously looking a little bit beat up. But it should do the job on this Massey especially. This Massey has plenty of horsepower. So this one has 155 horsepower. Whereas our new one, the one that we got doing the karting at the moment, that has 165. So between these two tractors, we definitely should be in a much better position on this farm. And this is proving that we had this on the 8340. So I think this only has about 125 horsepower requirement, this baler. It works really, really well with most things. It's got a nice wide pickup. And moves along nicely. We've not had a baler come up in the shop that has made me think, oh, do I need to replace this. This has just worked pretty well for us so far. What I do need to do, though, is I've got something to think about in the shop. We've got an Anderson TSR 3450 come up in the shop for 41,000, sorry. This would be absolutely perfect for us. It holds 14 bales and would probably pay for itself in a couple of runs to the bale sell point. So I'm going to have to seriously consider that today. Before that, though, our combine is getting pretty full. It's reached 90%, and I really want to try and empty it before it reaches the end of the field and starts trying to cut in. If we can empty it enough to at least get it to cut in. Oh, it is going to... Nope, it's not going to stop. I thought it was going to stop. That is going to be a problem. Yeah, it said it had a full grain tank. Come on. Before you race off down the field to start cutting in, I would like to get you emptied. There we go. This is always the hardest part with the combines on the headlands. They don't stop at the ends to let you empty. They just keep going. And eventually, this is just going to lift its header and rush down the field. So I'm kind of hoping that it won't. In fact, that is just running a very slim line down this side of the field. I'm wondering if we've actually got any lands built into this. So when it finishes, I will have a look and we'll see if it actually does or doesn't. If it doesn't, that's not the end of the world. In fact, yeah, I think that's empty. Let's see. So that is just going to go across like that. If I do the full setup, I have a feeling, yeah, this is not running with lands. Yeah, that is just going up and down the field. Not a huge issue. But should do fairly well for this. We just need to make sure that we empty it when it's got the auger out of the crop. And that way we're not going to run into lots more problems. For now, I'm going to store the wheat from this contract in my own silo. Whoa! Turn that corner a bit quick and nearly jackknifed the tractor. Anyway, we're going to store this in our silo here. And once the contract is complete, we'll take our own truck and deliver exactly how much we need to. Why isn't that tipping? Maybe we're too far back. Yeah, there we go. Hit that now. Up it goes. Nice and quick tip on this. And we'll be back up to the field in no time. The combine is already back up to 70% full. So we will pick it up on the return leg, get this trailer at least 50% full, and then we can return to doing the baling. I think that's going to be our best bet today as far as keeping this combine going, getting this field knocked out, and getting ourselves moving over to field 12A, which of course is our own field that we need to start doing. We are going to try out the larger header that we were talking about last time. I think that's going to be really useful over at the main farm. And we've got the reach on the combine that would allow us to do it. So, yeah, we're going to give that a good go. And our combine coming up to the end of the field here means we should very easily be able to connect up with it. And, yeah, it is at 87%. So, it is looking rather full at the moment. So we'll pull alongside as it's going out. Not quite so easy to tell where I should be here. But I think about here it should be fine. Maybe in a little bit. Where is my harvester? There we go. Emptying out. And that's all good. Combine emptied. We are back to doing some bales. And by the time the combine is 65% full again, we have knocked out the headlands on here. So that I'm very, very happy about. That will give us a good amount of time that we have each time we come back with the trailer and empty the combine to get bales baled on here. I am slightly concerned that it is that full, that it is coming up to sort of 75% as it reaches the end of the current row, that it's actually not going to make it all the way back for us to empty while we're moving along. So I think it's going to probably back out of the crop and let us fill stationary for the next bit, which isn't the end of the world, but is a bit of a problem. If I hadn't lifted up this, let's go to the end of this row. So yeah, I've forgotten to put the pickup down, so we run all the way along there without actually baling anything. However, yeah, the combine is not going to make it all the way back, so I'm going to go back along this row, actually bale it up this time, and then hopefully the combine should be full and ready to empty by the time we've got this row done. And the combine is backing out of the crop so that we can actually empty it without driving onto anything. One of the things I really love about the hide workers and course plate, you see, we've got so much space for a larger header on this. We really have. Right, come on, there you go. And we can empty this out then and go and tip this in our storage, and the combine can continue on. And having dropped off the grain at the farm, we can now come along here and empty the combine again. And this time I might go along the whole row here and just pick up whatever the combine has, because I think it'll give us a longer time for us to then be able to get stuff baled up, rather than the whole combine having to back out of the crop. It might actually make it back down to the other end to allow us to empty like this again. We're making healthy progress through this field now with the bales. I'm expecting that we'll be about halfway through the field by the time we actually have to go and empty the combine again. That will be well, that will be absolutely fantastic, because it will allow us to actually finish this field about the same time as we finish field 7. What I am then concerned about is getting back to our main farm, picking up the new header, and getting the getting field 12A started. We do need to get that started to stay on target for our harvest this year. If we don't, then we fail to get 2 of our fields done in 2 days, which is slightly worrying. It is only 20 past 11, so we'll see how things go. At the moment, I think we're on target, but things may change. Things actually seem to be going better than I expected. We are well over halfway through this field now, and the combine is only 73% full. So we will head up there and we will empty it on the next row. But yeah, that's really good news, because that means we're definitely going to be able to finish baling this field today. And 84% full as it hits this side is fantastic. That means we should end up with a full trailer at the end of this row and maximum time to empty things. So yeah, the answer to this is when we're emptying the combine along this row here, we want to empty it the whole way along the row in order to get it to go as far as we possibly can. One thing that's working to our advantage here at the moment is that this field is actually getting narrower, so it's not filling the combine quite so much with every run. Still, if it's over 50% when it gets to the end here, we kind of want to empty it because it's not going to get all the way down there and all the way back. So this won't give us a massively full trailer. It will allow us to take a little bit of time, though, to try and finish off the baling on the other field. I am happy with our progress on here today. I think we have made a really good job of this field. Started nice and early on it, and as a result, we're getting into it fairly well. And our trailer should be able to finish the rest of this field. I don't feel that there's a huge amount of grain left on here. That will be 4 trailers in total off here. I've moved out of range. There we are. That'll be 4 trailers in total off here, which will be a really decent amount of wheat. And then we'll just use our truck at some point to go and tip this up at the old grain mill so that we can complete this contract. Speaking of completing things, we are not far from the end of field 6 now. It's got into the really fiddly stages where I'm having to do lots of turning in order to keep going. I don't think we've got more than a few more bales off here. It's been really good. I want to have a look. Can I see how many bales we've got today? 213. No, that's got to be our total number of bales overall. So our total bales today is 20. So we might get maybe 22, 23 off here in total. That would be good. And I'd be quite happy with that. We should be able to get all of those actually on one trailer when we come to clean up and pick those up as well. And this should be the last little bit. There we go. We still have 38% in here. Let's unload what we've got though. And then I can fold this up. Yeah, that's folding up nicely. So yeah, I think that's 22 in total. Perfect. Let's take this back to the farm then and start getting set up for moving the combine back to the main farm. I don't think the combine has a lot further to go on that field. Carefully going to reverse our baler back into the shed. That will park things up. Yeah, looks like the combine has finished. So let's uncouple all of that. I'm going to take this up to the shop and we'll go and grab the new header and then we'll get the combine transferred back to the farm. So looking at the headers, the case header we have at the moment is this one. We've got the 3050 Terraflex 28 foot. That is an 8.5 meter. What I really want is a 12 meter. That will replace what we had before. That only adds another 3.5 meters on. So I'm hoping that's gonna do it. The Terraflex 45 foot, that is too big. The 41 foot should do it. So combinations, it does say to go with the bigger combine, but we want to get this. So customize that chassis color. We will actually get the case red if we can this time. There we go. We'll go with the jet black on it with the light gray wheels. That should work out fine. And yep, so let's lease that. Yes, please. 535. And then back and then back. So we want to try this header out. We're going to lease this. This is going to cost us 3,500 initially to lease. Yes. Okay. Right. Let's go hook it up and see if this actually works. I've really got my fingers crossed that this works. It's quite a bit of money we've spent just to test this out. If it does work, this single combine replaces both the old combines we had on the farm, instead of just being a little bit or a little bit under. Oh, come on. Can we get this out of the shop? I don't know if we can. I think we have to take it wider. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Yeah, got out of there fine. Right, let's get this down to the field then and get our combine back. First things first, we need to unload the last of the grain from the combine. So let's bring it alongside here. And is that going to empty? Yes. Perfect. Then we'll go to the corner of the field. We will drop off the header here onto the other header trailer and take the combine headerless with the tractor and trailer here back to the main farm so that we can get started. We can then head over to field 12 and get started on there. Start this engine up. And then we'll come back here at a later stage and pick up the trailer. Or if this works, I might just return this. We can get it picked up from the field. I really think if this works, then this is going to be perfect. It's supposed to go on the bigger combine, but I think it will work fine on this one with the extra amount of reach that we've got. And it really then does replace the 2 old combines that we had, and will mean that we'll get through everything as quickly as we did last season, which is so important. Right, disconnect that, back it off. That is all folded in, so that's good. We could take this back. Actually, I can very easily take this back on here, because this does have a tow hitch on the back, if it will connect up to it. Let's just bring this round to here like that. Yeah, we can take this back to the farm as well. Perfect. Right, I'm gonna get this combine and my tractor and trailer back to the farm then. Just swing this round, try and get this header trailer off somewhere that's sensible. Yeah, we can drop that off there. Like so, and this here, we will take the hired worker off it and get this tipping into our silos. Like this. And that will then deal with that, and we can then take the combine and go over to our field and see if this header fits. And if this header fits, then yeah, that is all we'll need to send the other header back, I think. It might be a little bit tricky to get it up to field 6 in the future, but I think it would still work. It's not quite as maneuverable, this, and a little bit more cumbersome, but I think it would still work. Right, so here, and connect it up, back it off. Yeah, there we go. And then the real test is, does our auger reach beyond the end of this? Auger out. Oh, let's unfold the combine first. Like that, and then auger out. Like so. That, I think, is going to work absolutely fine. I see no issues with that whatsoever. So as that seems to be working, I think we should head in, start up our combine. We need to connect that up. Everything else is connected up. So start up the thresher, start up the header, and see if we can actually do the crop with this. And that makes me so happy to see that, yes, we've got the 12-meter header on here, and that means this combine now has as much reach with its header as our 2 combines had, our 2 old New Hollands had before we replaced it. We're up to nearly 90% full on just 3/4 of the way around the headland. We're getting a much better yield off here, though. I'm very, very happy with the yield on here. It's going, again, it's going from the yellow to the lime green as we go from sorghum to wheat. So, yeah, that's all good news. I think the wheat does just do better on this land, on this silty clay, than the sorghum does. It just seems to have a better outcome. And as I said before, it's something to possibly take into account when you are choosing your crops for your fields when using precision farming. Having a crop that's a little bit more hardy on these fields is probably going to do you a bit better. I need to empty this way round. Not really enough space to turn around. But look at that. We keep a little bit of a distance between us and the combine, and it empties fine. So yeah, this header absolutely fine with this combine. Does the job really well, and means that actually in our harvesting setup we've lost nothing upgrading to this combine, other than the possibility that you could get 2 of these and really speed things up around here, which is quite cool. I love that. It makes things very viable around here. This combine is making this field feel very small right now. We are on our 2nd headland, and it has taken out a massive swath of the field just doing 2 headlands, which is absolutely brilliant. I think I'm fairly sure when we had 2 combines running this, we basically just did 1 headland, and I can see why now. It is taking, yeah, a huge amount out. We're still getting really good yield. We're getting 14 tons a hectare, which is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. And as long as this keeps it up, we're going to have a really nice amount of wheat off all of our fields this year. Getting this combine was definitely a excellent idea. It is going to keep things running. I'm able to do harvest myself because it's got a big enough grain tank. It doesn't slow us down so much with me doing the harvesting myself. And now that we've got this 12-meter header on it, it is definitely keeping our productivity going and keeping us moving through things quickly. The only thing I have to stop for is to get it emptied, and actually we're gonna have a fairly full trailer off this by the looks of things. The nice things about this field is I can keep going a little bit if I need to. Can't keep the tractor up alongside, but this is yeah, this is definitely a good way to go with this size header on this combine. It's gonna make things so much easier. I've gone round the last bits of the headland and we're on the first cut in. What I'm going to do though is empty at the end of this row. We don't have a huge amount in the tank, but the trailer is fairly full, so this should just top things off, I think. Let's lift this up here, and that just means that we keep going as much as we can, because the we want to basically keep the combine moving. There we are. And that will just top that off. And then we can go and empty it. And yeah, I think despite the fact that it's 6 o'clock, I am going to get this field finished today. And we'll be back on track. I think we're probably going to end up with 1 more full trailer off here. We basically have 10 rows, 9.5 rows in the actual field, so that's 8.5 in total, considering that we already put 1 of them roughly in the trailer. Yeah, I think we're gonna be at about another trailer full here. We're 68% full at this point. We've got 3 more rows to go here, and that should then leave us with 3 rows, I think. Oh, is that gonna miss any? Nope, we're good. Always a little bit iffy when your GPS is turning you as you go into the row. But all good here. I think we're looking at being at a steady, nice, large amount. We have 1 field of spring wheat to come. That will be ready next time, and I think that all of our canola should be ready to go next time as well. So we've got several fields of that we can get started on, and then as we go into September, I think is when we're going to end up with the sorghum. We have got a bit of rain forecast in September. We'll see if that forecast holds, because it didn't hold last year so much. And if it doesn't hold, then we're going to be pretty good. And this is the best way, actually, to get a thinner road like this. Stick the combine down the middle of it, We won't get any of the straw either side, and we'll make sure everything gets into the header. Definitely the best way to do something like this. The sun is setting, but we are on the last 2 rows here on field 12A. We've only got this row and the next row to go. We are at 77% full, so I'm really quite pleased with that. Can we fill up the last 20%, get a full tank off here for this final row? I think actually we might be able to. It's very, very possible. We are definitely losing the light though now, and if we finish at 8 o'clock in the evening, that's actually not bad at all. So down into here, last row, and that should do us. Yeah, we've got just 10% to go. In fact, I'm gonna have to put the auger out and keep an eye on that, because if we reach a full tank before the end of the row, we'll have to get it emptied. Either way, we are back on track. We are back to having everything that we needed to have harvested by the end of today, and we've only had to partially go into the evening to do it. It's been a productive day, and I'm very, very happy. I'm very happy with this new header as well. This new header has worked out brilliantly for us. So I don't think it's gonna be much problem to get the rest of the harvest done this year. I think we'll see how it goes. However, with only that little bit of field to go and the sun quickly fading, I'm gonna leave this here. So all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.